Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Stavanger. Welcome to Altibox Norway Chess 2017. We're waiting for round 6 to start, and it's a tournament where still everything is possible. We have one leader, Hikaru Nakamura, closely followed half a point behind by Levin Aronian and Vladimir Kramnik. And if you're wondering where the world champion is, he is in 8th place. Magnus Carlsen -1. Who could have expected that? Still 4 rounds to go, and everything to play for. I must say, Nigel, I have no idea who's going to win this.
No, it's very unclear. Well, I think there are. I'd say it's one of 3 people most likely at this point. So the guys who are on the plus scores. So Hikaru Nakamura obviously placed quite favourably, and he's white today against the rather solid Sergei Karyakin. Yep. It won't be so easy to advance his score, but. Yeah, I'd say those 3, one of those 3 on the plus scores are likely to win.
And then, yeah, my conclusion is that you largely base this also on what they've shown so far, the kind of form they are in.
Yeah.
I mean, Magnus Carlsen, obviously you can never count him out, and he's fought back from pretty lousy situations in the past. Well, it's just that we haven't seen any signs of that yet.
Yeah. And yesterday was a rather disappointing game. It was not the fact that he drew; it was the fact that he didn't even look remotely close to causing Anish Giri any problems.
Yes. At the end, it was rather Anish who had chances to press a bit.
Or shortly before the end, he had the chances. Yes, that's correct.
So. Yeah, you never know when the lion wakes up. He may start to roar again.
Yeah.
What's the problem with Magnus? We don't know. It's I mean, he looks normal. He looks fit. He's doing the things that he normally does. He's been playing football, and yeah, there's no real explanation. If we could tell you that he has a bad cold or whatever,
no.
But yeah, we have no.
He's got all his family with him now, doesn't he? His sisters.
Several sisters arrived. I'm not sure the youngest. Did you see?
Oh,
the
no, okay.
Yeah, so 2 sisters, his parents, and his coach second, Peter Heine Nielsen. So he has got a nice entourage here, and no doubt at some point his manager will arrive as well, or 2 of his managers. I don't know. So, but for the moment, it's still for the Norwegian fans. It's a tad disappointing. It's clear that he would love to win this tournament again, and well, he's playing Maxime Vacher-Lagrave today, and he lashes out with 2 bishop f4. So no change of strategy. He's going to play some normal opening. Nigel, you started a private poll.
I did on Twitter. I just asked a question a couple of hours ago on Twitter. That's at Nigel Short Chess, and my poll was: How many games will Magnus Carlsen win at Norway Chess 2017? You're heartily encouraged to go there and contribute to the poll. We've had 113 votes so far. And
what's the mood?
16% said he would win 3 to 4 games. 34% said he would win 2 games. 34% said he would win 1 game, and 16% said he would win no games at all.
That's pessimistic.
That's pessimistic, yeah. So anyway, give us your thoughts on that. Go to Twitter, contribute to the have a vote, and let us know what you think.
And probably if he still wants to win the tournament, I think he will have to win 3 at least.
Yeah, he'll definitely have to win 3.
Yes.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, I think that's the minimum.
Which has been done before, but yeah, first he has to win his first one, and if he wins today, that would be a huge relief for him, obviously. On the other hand, he's playing Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, and their score is encouraging for Magnus. He's beaten him 4 times, just lost once.
9 draws.
Yeah, 9 draws. And they have a long history. They actually first met in 2005 in the Lausanne Young Masters. I remember I was there when 14-year-old Magnus beat 14-year-old Maxime 2-0. And Magnus already was a grandmaster then, just for 5 or 6 months. And no, less. Just a couple of months, and Maxime would become a grandmaster in that same year, also at the age of 14. In the Blitz, Magnus beat Maxime with the London system, which is on the board now.
Well, I don't think this is the London system exactly, is it? I mean, because this is a little bit...
You think knight f3 should be thrown in, or...?
Well, yeah, it does have to be thrown in, and we've seen... Magnus playing in a different way, actually. In the Blitz, we saw completely different interpretations. So
of the system, if you call it the system.
Yeah, it's becoming quite popular. I mean, I get Bishop f4 all the time in Blitz chess.
Yeah.
And so I ought to learn the name of this opening. In fact, if anyone knows the name of this opening, I'd be pleased to hear it.
So this is...
yeah, and where should they send their emails to?
Your emails, and so if you have a name for this London system, pure...
It's not the London system.
It's not the London system, apologies. It's Bishop f4, which is begging to have a name. You can send that to...
it's the Manchester system.
I'm not sure we're going to accept that. So it's QA at norwaychess.com, where you can send all your questions, and where you also can continue to send those delightful photos of you sitting at home, watching us and doing something entirely different at the same time.
We've been enjoying those, and we would particularly... We like all the photos, but we would particularly like them from countries where they've not contributed them. We'd like to see...
Let us know how many countries are watching. We have, well, from the answers
Did we have any photos from the Philippines, for example? I don't think we did.
Not yet, and I don't think we had an answer from the Philippines. And there's quite a few... representatives of the Philippine community here in Stavanger who come to visit Wesley. So this is one of the nice things of international tournaments, that you see those foreign communities come to meet their idols. Of course, there's on a daily basis there is an Armenian friend of Levan Aronian coming here, who has his Armenian flag ready for any game that Levan may win. We saw another group of Filipino fans just talking to Wesley So's mother and sister. There's always Indians coming to tournaments always. When Vishy Anand is playing.
India or part of the massive diaspora.
Yeah.
We always get them. Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of. Well, it's mainly the diaspora that we obviously rely on. Do ever any English people come and visit you, Nigel?
Not very often.
No.
I'm afraid to say.
It's mostly people that you met in other far-flung places that will come and say hello. Yeah. That's it. So
that was a great move. So Magnus has just. I mean,
he's outplayed Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Bishop F4. Maxime he likes to play 25 moves of theory.
Yeah.
In 5 minutes, doesn't he?
Yes. Well, he's done that here.
He's done that here. And now he's stumped. Just Bishop F4.
Didn't see that coming.
Yeah. Well, it's a good move. Jolly good move.
So let him think. Is he at the board, Maxime? Oh yeah, he's there. He's just quietly thinking. So there's nothing wrong there. Well, probably, as we agreed, Nigel, the big one today is Levin Aronian against Vladimir Kramnik.
Let's leave.
If we were to give points for entertainment value, then so far, then these two guys would be.
This is interesting. Right. Okay. This is very, very important game. So rather than
let me first praise them.
Oh, praise them to the heavens.
Yes, I think that if we were to give points for the entertainment value of the players so far, that these two would rank very high.
They would. Particularly Levon, but also
Kramnik as well.
Vlad, the grandpa of the tournament. Not the oldest player, but I think he sounds a lot older than Vichy, and so I think he should he deserves that title as the tournament grandpa.
Yeah, but still, I mean, he's been playing enterprising chess in all his games, and he beat Vichy and to get to +1.
Okay,
and so he faces Aronian with black pieces.
So let's have a look at this opening, which I'm pretty sure they've played before, and it's a Kramnik has played this a number of times, and it's a semi-Tarrasch. It's becoming rather trendy these days. Takes, captures, and as we recall, it was even played by Bobby Fischer, wasn't it? Against Spassky. This stuff. Castles. That's interesting. Bishop C4. This is like the. This is like the old main line with Bishop C4. I think he's played stuff with Rook C1 before. That was I have a recollection. He's done that, and with putting the bishop on D3 against Kramnik. And here, these are really the old. Yeah, the rook goes to C1 is interesting, and D5 immediately. What can I say about that? These ideas are rather common. I'm less sure about this exact position for playing a break with D5. So this is very interesting, an interesting approach. It's sort of straight for it. And I think he's just trying to play with an advanced D pawn. He'll want to shove that that pawn up to D6.
A very sharp try, and well, obviously one that you don't make without having prepared it carefully. So this is, well, there's no doubt that this is home preparation by Levin Aronian.
Sure. And you noticed there was a pause there, so it was at least not very familiar to Kramnik. I'm sure it's not a complete surprise, but just pausing to get his ideas. So we'll find out the exact theoretical status of this line.
Yep.
The attraction from Black's point of view of this this opening is it's a very much a simplifying opening, and you have good long-term prospects, endgame prospects, because of the the 2-to-1 majority on this side. So yeah, these pawns against this. So in an endgame, having an outside pass pawn can be decisive, in fact.
Yes.
But we're very far from an endgame. As who was it who said that before the end game the gods have placed the middle game?
The middle game. Well,
it was somebody.
If you don't know,
somebody smart anyway.
Yeah, if you don't know, you can always go for Tatakawa. I think he said almost anything.
Yeah.
So
whether or not it was nonsense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have two suggestions for the bishop f4 in Magnus Carlsen against Vashela Graf, and there's the Trumpovsky, which is suggested by Mr. Hope from Norway.
Trumpovsky.
A Trumpovsky, a short Trumpovsky.
Short fingers, is that right? The short fingers.
Oh yeah, he has these short fingers. Yeah.
The Trumpovsky.
So that's one suggestion. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, but it's not for us to decide on this. But
no,
that's a. And Trumpovsky also features in the other suggestion. It's the how about the drunk Trumpovsky by Jan van Mechelen from the Netherlands.
Right.
You mean that he wanted to put it on G5 and didn't really make it? Okay, possible. Yes. Possible. The shortened Trumpovsky, the abridged Trumpovsky. Yes, so those are two games, Nigel, that we have.
So let's look at the tournament leader.
Yes.
Okay, let's come to that.
Hikaru Nakamura against Sergei Karyakin. Nakamura has a positive score. Well, actually, he's beaten him 7 times. That's
quite a lot. He's quite a lot.
But he's also lost 5 times.
Yeah. So it's they're bloodthirsty encounters, really.
Well, 18 draws. That's
well, okay. We're still reasonably bloodthirsty.
Yes.
So this is a Nimzo Indian defense. D5. Yep. They keep moving too fast. Don't know how to pause that. So Queen D5, C5. Actually, this is annoying.
Okay. Don't worry, I'll go back.
This is annoying.
I'll go back for you.
Right.
So C5, Bishop D2 takes, goes back. Well, I think all this has been seen before, and this is an invitation
to exchange queens.
Which, so far Hikaru has played rather aggressive chess, so I'm not sure if he's in the mood for that, especially against a solid guy like Sergei Karyakin, that people in Norway know how solid he can be.
Yeah. Well, this is a bit strange for me. I'll if I think Black's best way of playing now is simply to capture, on which he's done, and to play knight e4 next move, and that means that the advantage of his bishop pair is likely to disappear.
And then we would have a rather equal position.
Except if he goes, not sure which one, maybe knight d5 is better, but just let me look at this. Knight e4, trying to snatch this. He has knight e5 in reply, or knight d4 perhaps.
And then if you take, you first take on c6.
Yeah, you've got a
Zwischenzug.
Zwischenzug, and this would be certainly better for white if he gets that. That's actually quite a nice position.
Yeah.
I think Sergei Karyakin would be ill-advised to go for something like that. After knight e5, bishop d7 is possible, actually.
Well, and then you can save the...
you can save this. You can also take on d7, takes and go for a little tickle. Takes something like this, and could be a tickle with bishop takes c6, either now or on the next move.
Yes, then the pawn on c6 is a weakness.
Is a weakness, king e2, and the king's on a better place. And this could be a little bit unpleasant, in fact. It could be rather unpleasant if black is not careful and plays too superficially. So...
wait, in this position, Nigel, knight d5 has been played.
Yeah. So knight d5, let me get the position up.
And then there's alternatives. Kingside castling has been seen.
Well, that looks very...
Yeah, then taking...
very vegetarian, and in fact, totally insipid. So knight d5 has been seen.
Yeah, well,
probably a better move, but
there's alternatives. I mean, there's other moves you can play besides. What? You can this one was from Onishuk Anand, which ended in a draw. Bishop c4 has been played.
Okay.
Which was...
That's also vegetarian.
Which also ended in a draw.
Yeah.
And then a3 was played by Tommy Nubak against Anand. Nubek?
Yeah.
Somebody left. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's
Somebody forgot the dots.
Yeah.
So a3 and then f6, and this was a win for black, but then probably the fact that Fishy Anand was the black player played more of a role than the opening.
Yeah. Yeah, knight e5 is probably a better move in my opinion, because you keep the option of bringing one of your GGs to b4 with a fork on these squares. So that's possible.
Yeah. So he's
it's rather slender.
Yeah. Nothing to get us in raptures yet.
Yeah.
What has MVL played against the Trumpovsky?
Now we have got a London system. So this is transposed to so long thought, and he's just transposed to the London. That's definitely a London. C5 and castle.
And as we know, that is a very popular opening these days. Several books have been published exclusively on this opening. I mean, many players go for it. As you say, even on the internet in blitz games, people love to play this because they think that they will take you out of book. And
It is book. I mean, it's been around for ages. There was an English player. Do you know who was the great English exponent of the London system? Who played it for decades?
For decades.
You probably. I'm not even sure you know this person.
Then
it's Michael Franklin used to play this. You know, for decades.
And he lived in London.
Actually, I have no idea where he was from. I think he probably was from London.
Or occasionally he went down to London to play a couple of games. So, yeah.
Yeah. But in his case, it probably, and he wasn't a bad player at all, but it hampered his career because always playing the same position all the time. So
yeah, that must be boring for yourself.
Yeah.
What are we going to do today? Oh, let's do the same again.
Let's play the London system.
Yeah. So let's see how that develops. Then there is another game there's two other games that we haven't looked at yet.
Okay.
So let's see.
Wesley
Wesley So is black against Anish Giri.
Okay.
And let's not.
Right. Okay. Let's see. Great. So we've got London system and the
English opening.
And the English opening. I'm feeling very much at home here. There's Stavanger.
No Scottish gambit around anywhere.
Yeah. Oh. So
why doesn't Maxime play the French? I mean, he doesn't.
Yeah, he ought to play the French. Yes.
Yeah, it's the least you can do.
I'm sure Marine, she would insist.
Yeah, she would play it with both colours. Yeah. So we
wave have the patriotic flag. Yeah, that's it.
Anish Giri against Wesley So, an English game.
English opening. Yeah.
English opening. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the symmetrical stuff. And this is a good system with E6. This is a very good system.
Healthy stuff.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, Bobby was playing like this, putting the knight on E7. And I like this move, H4. I don't know what the theory is on all that, but I like it. Just immediately to play H4, H5 and give checkmate to the opponent's king.
Yeah, there's a couple of openings where we see this early H4 these days.
We see it more and more often, this kind of advance. And you notice he doesn't even wait for black to put the knight on E7 before going here. It's just straight there. And
so might he think of putting it on F6 anyway, or?
That's what he did.
Okay.
But the struggle is actually to play D4, and this is the little advantage that he's gained. That go back a couple of moves. After this, knight F6, he's lured the knight there, which of course blocks the diagonal and allows him to play D4.
Yeah.
Castles. And again, this is interesting how this goes. That you play H4 and then you castle on on that side. But essentially, Anish Giri's argument, if I may put it like that, is that you have played E6, which doesn't really go with this system. So he's saying that my H4 is less stupid than your E6.
Yeah.
And it's a fair point. It could be the case. E6 doesn't blend with a kingside fianchetto. So he went D5, which is logical, knight takes D5. And now there is quite a choice of options. Knight takes C6, inflicting some damage. The problem, if he takes here, has to take back is that this bishop then exerts considerable pressure down this diagonal.
Yeah.
It's slightly annoying to have something like that. He could play bishop d2, which is not a bad move, and try and go for a very, very slender.
But then you also end up with a isolated c pawn.
Yeah. But this might be possible. I'm not saying that's even necessarily the best, but something like this. But this one is now. It's a tad better for white. Whether it's significantly better is another matter.
And if you exchange and then play bishop a6,
probably bishop, maybe even bishop a6 immediately is possible. But black is trying to equalize after something like that. So that's something for Anish to consider. If we go back to this position, he can also I don't know why it takes so long to load, but he could also consider slightly funny moves like bishop g5. Bishop g5 could be played there, just attacking the queen. It's worth a thought. So, not that much in it. I'd probably give us a very slight preference to white. Not that it's a big deal, but if I had to choose,
yes, then
I'd go for that. All right, the next one, the one we haven't seen at all, is we've got some Indian fans, of course, here. Fabiano Caruana, who's been solid so far, hasn't he? Yeah,
yes.
He played yesterday at lunchtime. He was asking which incredibly rude person had accused him of being playing like an accountant. And
after the game. After the game.
At dinner. Sorry. Yeah. He was asking which incredibly rude person had said that. Well, it was me, of course, and I confessed. I readily confessed to that.
And then he invited you to a game of Avalon.
Avalon. I don't know whether anyone plays Avalon. I thought it was a song by Roxy Music, but it's a game that is played every evening by the younger contingent here.
Yeah. So what did you think of it?
I watched it. I didn't understand it at all, but it's a game where people are hiding their characters.
Oh, wow.
They get the characters.
More people should do that. Be very happy if you had an option. So.
Yeah. Okay. Avalon. So another English. We like the English. And this move, again.
Yep, we've seen that.
Yep, we've seen this one. And I remember in the old days they used to play bishop e7 here. This was a move I never understood, because I used to think that if they played bishop e7, I would consider playing knight d5.
Exactly.
So the idea of playing bishop d4 and then bishop e7 was a bit mysterious to me. Bishop c5 is far more logical. Knight f3 and retreat, and oh, look at this. The bishop comes back. Isn't that weird? d4. So both sides have lost 2 tempi. But the bishop is a little bit misplaced here, to be honest. And for the second time, dare I say it, for the second time in a couple of rounds, we see Vichy voluntarily giving up the bishop pair for not that much. Not that much, to be quite honest. I wouldn't say no discernible gain, but I dislike this type of position where you don't have much of an advantage in development, and if White can complete his development, he will just hold the bishop pair and have a pleasant edge. There's something else about this position I don't like as well. Also, it's the position of the pawn on c6, which weakens this structure. And sometimes you can have little problems on d6. So I'm not saying this only because Vichy is on -2 and he's struggling a bit in this tournament. I genuinely am not a big fan of this approach, but he's very good at handling the knight.
Well, it is preparation by Vichy Anand, because this 7 knight d7 is a new move. I mean, he's had this position 3 times before,
right?
And always he played something else. So he's taken on c3. Well, so we go one back. So in this position, he's taken on c3.
Yeah.
And he has also, let me see, played e4.
With the idea of taking on. With the idea of taking on c3 or what?
Yeah, with the idea of taking on c3.
Yeah.
And okay, now we get into another branch. Yeah, he's played that twice, and then later chosen different options.
That's the sort of thing that, you know, personally speaking, that would be the sort of thing I would go for, because at least you inflict a weakness on your opponent's pawn structure as a compensation for giving the bishop. But he's obviously changed. He's got a different approach. Is his new approach better? Honestly speaking, I don't think so. But no doubt he's analysed it. No doubt he thought,
I like what I see for some reason.
He likes what he sees. Who am I to say? He's a stronger player, and he has a very, very fine positional judgment.
Yeah. So we got an artist's impression of 2 bishop f4 as an opening surprise, which we will show you, and that's 2 bishop f4.
Yes, very, very Norwegian, isn't it? So,
oh my God. Yeah. So this very nice. Thank you very much. It's from Svein Kjena.
Yeah.
And we also have.
Looks remarkably like the Scream. Munch's The Scream, doesn't it?
Well, which is probably a copy from this one.
How many versions of that did he do? Four different versions of the Scream.
So
something like that.
So one of them could be stolen without.
And we like that.
Let's say we love to be here, but at the moment I wouldn't mind being in the Stonehurst studio in the USA either. Look at that, Nigel.
Oh wow!
Yeah, wow! Someone's recording some nice music and watching chess at the same time.
Great. We've had some classical music already.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, chess and music go together very well.
Yeah, great.
So thanks, Chris Carmichael, who sent this.
Yeah.
So how about your poll? What's happening?
Oh yeah, I'm. Yeah. Okay, my poll. Yeah, we've had a few votes in. Yeah, 14% having Magnus Carlsen to win. Yeah, the question was, how many games will Magnus Carlsen win in Norway Chess 2017? And 14% say he'll win 3 to 4 games.
So 14% of the voters are from Norway.
And 37% say he will win 2 games. 33% say 1 game, and if he wins 1 game, that isn't going to.
That's not good.
It's not going to satisfy him.
No, he might miss the final press conference.
And 16 stick in the muds say he won't win a single game here. So that's.
So what's your prediction?
It's somewhere between 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Probably 2.
That, yeah, if
I
really had to choose, I would say 2.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised by 3 actually for some reason.
Yeah, really.
Really? I mean, there's nothing that indicates in that direction.
Yeah. But, I would probably go for 2, which is the favorite choice. So 1 in 3.
So we go with the crowd.
Yeah, we'll go with the crowd. Yeah. So Nigel Short Chess at Twitter. Please have a go at the poll.
Yep.
Give us your thoughts.
Then let's. What's happening here? So if we go back to that game. Magnus Carlsen against Maxime Fauché-Lagrave. We have a B5 push.
That's
always looks nice.
Yeah. Slightly odd, isn't it? So you went. Interesting. So he played here Queen B6 with a crew. So it's a little tactical point. Queen B6, Knight D2. Now, why doesn't he whip it off? I'm guessing he doesn't whip it off because of Knight C4.
And where do you go?
You go here.
Mm-hmm.
And can he cause him a little problem with this move?
That could very well be, because it looks very unpleasant.
Yeah, that looks unpleasant. That looks awkward.
Yeah.
With the idea of the rook coming up to B3 and capturing that piece. So he played c takes d4, which was met by a little Zwischenzug. Knight c4, hitting the queen, drops back, takes. And b5, interesting choice. Knight e3 is definitely the most natural move. That's what I do. But I'm wondering. I guess he has to. Does he have to take that? And then maybe a6.
And why would that be bad for black? White got a bit more space?
He's got more development, actually, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Could even consider c3 and a4 there with some pressure.
You mean a bit easier to play for white?
Yeah, no. I like Magnus Carlsen's position just a tad better.
Got some historic research about 2 bishop f4.
Yeah.
which again leads us to London anyway.
Oh, right, okay.
It's Kevin Flux. He looked at the complete defense to d4, a study of the Queen's Gambit accepted by Cafferty and Hooper.
Oh, right.
Where it's called the Mason attack.
Oh,
so
James Mason.
James Mason.
That's the actor, isn't it?
The writer of several books in the late 19th century.
Isn't it The Art of Chess? Is that one of them?
Yeah, there's.
I've got a couple of his books.
Yeah,
original ones. They're quite easy to find.
They're very easy to find. They must have published hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And
wasn't he an Irishman, just pretending to be an Englishman?
Yeah, and went to London a lot just to strengthen that impression. So that's what Kevin Flux says, that in the 1880s he regularly played this, particularly in London.
Yeah.
So, thank you. Which doesn't excuse the other viewers for not looking any further for names. We wouldn't mind having a contemporary name for it. And John Henderson from Glasgow tells us that James Mason came from Kilkenny in Ireland.
Kilkenny, where they have a tournament.
Is it in the honour of Mr. Mason?
I don't know. I've never played there. I know of the English players. Gawain Jones has played there, and
in the honour of Irish whiskey.
Probably. The Kilkenny Masters.
A very nice tournament from what I've heard about it. It's a popular place to go to. Yeah. So James Mason from Kilkenny in Ireland.
We like the Irish players, don't we?
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, there's absolutely no reason not to like them.
Paul Murphy.
Murphy. Paul Murphy.
Yeah.
Good.
Murphy Stout. That's what I like to drink. Pint of Murphy Stout.
Yep. So
right.
we were. Yeah, I was curious about the finer details of this one. I mean, what we've seen some pieces exchanged. So this was where we. Yeah. Okay, he took, and then e4 anyway. So not to d5.
Yeah.
And
so as
you predicted.
Yep. Bishop d7 as predicted.
Yep. So are there people who call you Commodore? Or whatever. Yeah. So so no double pawns and this one.
A5. Yeah. Bishop c3 to a5. Doesn't that remind you of Fischer against Petrosian in that French defence when he put the knight came into e4 and he put he sort of put the bishop out somewhere. It went it went to b4 and it got but it's a rather artificial way of keeping his bishop alive.
So white has the bishop pair, but there's no pawn weaknesses on either side.
And rook d5 is certainly a move to be considered.
D5, and you're not afraid of you attack but then how long can you stay there if the bishop goes to f3?
I don't know.
Can you also play it to d7, the rook, or
there's another move here, maybe rook c8. Rook c8 is interesting as well. I quite like that. And the idea is if, which is not going to happen, because he'd probably play f3 there. Castles, that would be a lousy move. If castles, bishop d5 would be a good response, because you offer the exchange of rooks and you threaten this a pawn. But that would be a poor move to castle. He would certainly do something else, like f3. And usual setup, I'll just make a move here. Usual setup is something like this with, you might play king f2 first, or just here.
And black
and black is just worse. The two bishops are are pretty unpleasant in a position like this.
And if you exchange a pair of rooks, does that bring any relief, or
how do you want to do it?
bishop a4? Or?
Bishop a4. Yeah, perhaps I can take. Just an edge. Yeah, just a pleasant position for white, and long suffering for black.
Which is Sergei Karjakin's middle name. After we've seen what he did yesterday.
Yeah.
But quite an achievement that he, at some point when many people thought, is he going to resign now? He had this devilish stalemate trick. So, yeah, probably some more suffering for Sergei Karjakin today. And you were wondering how much suffering there would be for Vishy Anand.
So this is a clear concept. Vishy, he's playing on the white squares, so it's sort of a reversed.
Yeah, these pushes, that was the essence of his plan.
Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe I've been too pessimistic. E4 is, the right way to play, and D5. Yeah, he's just playing a French, reversed French. And white has to be rather careful here about his plan, because if he castles short, he can run into problems with getting mated, this knight coming round here and slowly amassing his forces on...
and you mean that might go pretty quick, perhaps?
Yeah. And although white has the advantage on the queen side, getting mated is a more serious problem.
Yes.
In general.
Yeah, it's always a nuisance.
Yeah, that's a good plan by Vishy.
Because I was just wondering what.
What was he doing? What was he doing?
Yeah, because let's say with the pawns you stay put. You're not going to take on c4. You wait for white to do something, but you have a plan on the king side. You can improve your pieces there.
What white can sometimes consider, probably not here, but typical ideas are things like g4 actually. Not a good move here, in my opinion, because he will take, and that's to give him the square for his knight. So you could capture knight d5, and this is now vulnerable, so maybe even queen h4. So this could start to go, well, knight d6 is still a move. But this can start to go wrong quite quickly if you get too carried away with white. But I would be looking for this kind of thrust.
Yes, and you're also indicating that under the surface there is a lot of calculation going on. I mean, it may turn sharp suddenly.
Oh yeah, yeah. Just a quick call in at Anish Giri, Wesley So. It went exactly as I predicted, that Anish inflicted this pawn here, and looks like Wesley So is playing to neutralize Anish Giri, but he has a pull.
Yeah.
So I would say let's the next very few moves are going to determine whether this game has any interest at all.
Yeah. Or if they will soon be sitting here.
Well, if it, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I think you should keep the queens on after this move. Queen c2, I think, is the right way to play.
Is the white queen a bit more mobile than the black one? Or?
The reason I want to keep the queens on in this position is for bishop f3 is also possible, although that's a little bit of a loss of tempo. The reason I would like to keep the queens on is because of this weakness around the these squares here around the king. So all you need as a mating idea is to push the pawn up to h6 and to put the queen in on g7 and it's mate. And these things can happen. It may sound very stupid and very primitive, but black has to watch out for that all the time. The king is rather exposed. That's why I would keep the queens on. You may therefore ask, why did Wesley So not take on d1 to exchange the, so to avoid that eventuality?
But that gives white an important tempo.
Yeah, that's right, and a rook on an open file.
Yeah.
So, so bishop a6 was probably correct, but this will give Anish the chance to press a little.
Yeah. Yeah, which may be slightly annoying for black to play this, as white doesn't run any risk. And by the way, yesterday I said that I didn't know where in Nepal Anish's father Sanjay was born.
Yeah.
So of course I got an email from Nepal from Rakesh Yaha, and he said that
no, you don't pronounce it.
Yeah,
Wasn't it?
Rakesh Jha.
I guess so. Those J's are pronounced as J's. They're not Yugoslav J's.
Good. I hope I get the village right now, the city right now. But Sanjay, the father of Anish, he was born in the beautiful city, I'm quoting Rakesh, of Pokhara, which is about 150 kilometers west of Kathmandu, the capital.
Yeah.
So that's where he was born. And that's the
I like the Nepalese. I like the Nepalese.
Sure.
The suit I was wearing, I'm just wearing a jacket. I've got my Altibox Norway chess polo shirt on today. In size XXO, extra obese. And the suit, the dark suit I was wearing the other day, it was made by a couple of Nepalese guys. I just had it when I was in Thailand. I had a nice bespoke suit made by a couple of.
Nepalese are also traveling people. You can find them everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah.
Yep, which takes us back to.
Did you know we had Nepalese in the British Army?
Well, didn't they go up with Mr. Hillary to the? But Hillary was not British, right?
He was New Zealand.
New Zealand, yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, didn't.
The Gurkhas.
Ah, yes, yeah, of course. They were
Famous.
Nepalese, yeah.
Are Nepalese? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
Were and are. So,
in fact, the guy who made my suit said his grandfather was in the British Army. So.
Did you give him a good tip?
I gave him a good tip for that. Yeah.
Good.
Okay, that's Nepal.
Yep. And this
I'd like
is
to visit. I'd very much like to visit.
Of course.
They've got good mountains there.
Very good mountains.
Magnus, what's he up to? I think he's going to play for. I don't know why he put his. I don't know why he put his knight back on d2. I'll be quite honest with you. But I think that Magnus is going to play c3 followed by a4.
Yeah.
Simple idea.
Yeah.
Because I do not like this central, you know, if it playing from white's side, I don't like this centralized knight here. So I'd be looking to evict it.
Yeah. You're reading.
Sorry, just reading an interesting email.
Well, actually, it is essential because it replies to the stories we were telling about the toilet moves.
Okay, come on. So read the email. Sorry, we're moving away from the games here.
Briefly.
Briefly.
So we were speaking about
sort of a bathroom break from the games. Yeah.
Yeah. So we were talking about the toilet moves, which are moves that you make, and the term was coined by Nigel that you urgently want to go to the toilet and you quickly make a move, which may be a mistake. And in the informant in the old days where they had symbols for time pressure and whatnot,
they should have had a toilet symbol.
This was a toilet move, and someone who wants to be anonymous
because he's got prostate cancer. Go on.
That's not very kind.
No, sorry.
No, he says that in a tournament I was almost out of time and needed very badly to go to the bathroom. So there was a choice between two disasters, one worse than the other. So we just have to guess which one was worse than the other. And then a little miracle happened. Well, they always do.
Yeah.
I saw a quick mate and made it to the bathroom in the last second, almost like in a fairy tale.
Well done. I think actually most chess players have stories like that.
Yeah.
If you play for long enough, you're going to have those moments.
But not the kind of fairy tale to tell your children. Because
yeah.
So that's what you think he's going to do. So to play on the queen side, or let's say to tickle him there. And here is Ben Sisler. He wants to know where he can find today's trivia from the broadcast. Well, nowhere yet, because this is going to happen in an hour from now.
Yeah.
First, we make a quick round before we go for a brief coffee. So this is what your judgment on Magnus. He is trying to tickle Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on the queen side.
Yeah.
We have Hikaru Nakamura against Sergei Karyakin.
Yeah, he's trying to make use of his two bishops.
Yep, and black is deciding on which setup to choose against that.
Yeah.
Then, but this we've been ignoring this one. This doesn't look.
And this is one of the
key games.
Key games of the round, indeed.
Aronian against Kramnik, which which you should have a closer look at before we go. So, e5 played, queen g6.
I think the thing about this is it is a it's optically, it's a typical thing in this line. It's optically very, very good for white. So,
but how
actually, he's got a protected pass pawn on the 6th rank. Now, you remember those old days, and they would. You read your books, and they tell you about stuff like that. Protected pass pawn, central pass pawn on the 6th rank. You would think that black is just on the point of resignation.
Yeah.
But black is actually quite well placed to meet this, and in particular, he has this pressure towards the pawn, and on g2. And there is another thing, is that his knight is cemented on a very useful outpost, where it covers, it blocks the c file and covers the d7 square. So I am expecting that after d6 he will play f6.
Yes. So let's say all these things I was thinking, yes, okay, so black is going to undermine. And then I was wondering, why did Levin Aronian, who clearly prepared this, I mean, there must be, he's not an idiot, so he has a reason to do this.
Yeah.
So how does he think he can maintain, well, at least one of those pawns? And
yeah, I'm not sure, because I
mean, first impression is that black has a very nice, has very nice play.
If you go back, let's say you play a timid move like this, bishop f1, it's possible. Now that you're not going to be able to deliver mate, you simply remove this knight and you capture on e5, winning a pawn, actually in the short term, and also ensuring that the protected pass pawn on d6 is no longer protected.
Nope. A pawn left behind in the wilderness. It's
looking like an orphan, isn't it?
Yes.
An orphan
pawn.
Yeah. An awful.
So some questions that Levin Aronian has to answer to show us what his plan is.
Yeah. But I think actually it's got to be said that in this position, black cannot afford to dally.
Oh no.
He's got to strike very quickly, otherwise white will succeed in coordinating his forces.
Yes. Well, so far Kramnik has been playing very actively in this tournament.
Yeah.
So there's,
and he's incredibly optimistic, and he's played f6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's very logical, because that rook had no prospects of a direct attack. Yeah. So you open the F file, you activate the rook, you undermine the pass pawn on d6. You do many things.
Yep.
So
good. Then the next one was Anish Giri against Wesley So. Anish has kept the queens on, and we'll have to find out or see how much this slight advantage of white is worth.
Yeah.
And then
he doesn't lose too many games, though, does Wesley So, does he?
No, but we shouldn't forget either that he, too many, and I might be one of them. He was one of the clear favorites for this tournament.
Yeah.
After what he has achieved recently, I mean, the past year has been tremendous for Wesley So, and so far he hasn't shown too much. I mean, he has not really played as the number 3 in the world, or the number 2 as he started.
His games have lacked a bit of vigor, I would say.
Yeah, pepper and salt. You look at them and everyone grabs for pepper and salt.
Yeah.
Okay, now today this is not the opportunity.
I would change the analogy. I'd say he's played vanilla chess. That's
maybe he loves vanilla. I love vanilla.
I don't like.
No?
No.
Oh, that's a pity.
When I was, growing up, it was one of those things. Vanilla ice cream was always what you would hate, because they tended to be the only choice.
For that reason only.
You might get chocolate if you were lucky.
Okay, if in the coming days you've got any extra vanilla, just give it to me.
Yeah.
And then finally there is Fabiano Caruana against Vishy Anand.
And Vichy, I was wrong about Vichy. I didn't like his opening.
Yeah.
And I have maligned poor Vichy.
So you may have to go up to him later today
and apologise to him profusely for maligning him online. I like his position. I think he's doing rather well. Mm-hmm. He has this.
So what changed in favour of it?
What changed? I just maybe B4 was not the right move actually, because this position, it could well be better. Sorry, after it's always easy being wise after the event, but the circumspect way to play is to play B3.
Because you cannot be touched there, or
you can't be touched, and should Anand continue in the same way, E4, knight D2, D5. The point is that the pawn on B3 protects this one on C4, and black is never really threatening to take. So you keep control under on the position, and actually G4 there comes into real consideration. That's altogether a different story. You can think about that, this advance. Mm-hmm. H4. And it's not that easy for black to play. You can also play in a more restrained manner with A4. And with A4 you expand. And there's another advantage of putting your pawns like this, that the bishop can come to A3 and is effective on this diagonal. So maybe B4 is just a little bit too direct.
Mm-hmm. But then it will be instructive to see how he plays against this.
Yeah,
how he exploits this.
Because takes, now he's just captured, and offering the exchange of knights, this position is simply better for black. In fact, Queen C7, he now starts to get threats, I mean positional threats, such as bishop G4. He's protected the B pawn, mm-hmm. and he wants to exchange off the light squared bishops, softening up the white's light squares. And he's got a space advantage of blockading knight in the center of the board. Looks very pleasant. I don't say it's winning.
Well, might be a positive note for Vichy Anand, who's been struggling so far.
Yep.
Hasn't been his good old self at all. So on that note, we're going to take a brief break, but we'll be back soon to follow round 6 of Altibox Norway chess, and more than enough going on. I have a question for you about Magnum chocolate ice, which I'll save for after the break. The answer is really remarkable, but I'm not going to tell you yet.
Okay.
So many reasons to return after this break, and keep sending us questions and photos of your whereabouts together with your laptop or desktop computer following Norway chess. We'll be back soon.
There are a million reasons to walk through our door. Important or not, here are some more. Is it the smile that greets you, or the view outside? The 24-hour room service, we let you decide. Do you need to escape? Simply get away. To work when it's night, and sleep when it's day. Relax, unwind with the people you love. Maybe that's your reason, and none of the above. To visit something old, or discover something new, our local knowledge will show you what to do. Passion is a word we choose to live by. Passion in our service, food, and even our goodbye. We have passion in everything we do, and whatever your reason, we'll take care of you. Clarion living, not just staying.
Inspired by the city of Ålesund, the Scandinavian Art Nouveau capital on the west coast of Norway, the Fondorn timepiece, an elegant, high-quality watch with clean lines and Art Nouveau-inspired dial, protected by a beautiful sapphire crystal. The slim, surgical steel case contains a premium Swiss movement. It's water-resistant up to 5 ATM. Elegant yet strong. The Fondorn timepiece comes in 4 different color options and is delivered to you in a beautiful wooden box.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Stavanger, where we are following round 6 of Altibox Norway chess. All games in progress, well, not a big surprise in the second hour. How exciting are they, Nigel?
It's more interesting than yesterday. We had a quiet day yesterday, didn't we? We've had...
It was a strangely quiet day after the mayhem of the day before.
Total mayhem.
Yeah.
So we have a number of struggles. So let's have a look at the, just randomly, let's take Fabiano Caruana, Vishy Anand. Neither player has won a game. We left it here with Queen C7. I said black had the positional threat of Bishop G4.
Yep.
It appears that Fabiano agreed with my assessment of that position. So,
he's not going to go against you after yesterday's criticism.
Yeah. Rook E6, and that's an odd move. And the only point of that I can see, well, there could be dual purpose. This is a little bit passive, but his main idea is to, let's suppose, I'm going to make a bad move for white, but I just want to illustrate the idea. Let me make a bad move. Castles. Then I put the knight back. You do something. Bishop a3. And I place the rook on g6. Yep. And suddenly this becomes incredibly dangerous.
You have to go
just with the threat of bishop takes h3. And should white then play king h1, rook h6 would renew this particular threat. Yep. So it looks slow, it looks clumsy. Should white be careless enough to castle prematurely, he will be subjected to a ferocious assault.
Yes. No, it's a clear plan, and well, if you don't castle kingside, then what are you going to do?
Yeah, and I think the rook is probably coming to g6 anyway. I think he wants the rook there because it simply probes and irritates white. White, strangely enough, this may sound ridiculous, but he could actually consider castling queenside.
You don't think that's too dangerous?
Well, it depends. You don't do it immediately. That is for sure. But let's suppose you play a move like this. The knight, which he's done.
Yep, suppose.
Knight e8. And you make a move. I'll just make a random move. Let me put the knight on b3. Not sure that that's the best, but I'm considering coming into c5. Then if he plays over to g6, you can play a move like g4. And you're intending to put in the knight on this square, on c5, and this one will come under assault. And you can consider advancing your pawns. And the king then is not that weak on this side. It's not so easy for black's pieces to break through immediately. So that would be a double-edged continuation. Yeah. But
and also the coordination of the black pieces is suddenly not that great anymore.
That's right. It is a very powerful rook lift should white castle kingside. But if he doesn't castle kingside, you may say, why have you spent 3 moves discoordinating your pieces?
Yeah.
So, okay, that's one game. Now, next game, okay, Anishgiri, and Wesley, so just remind me, he's on 50%?
Yep.
It's all draws. So this is the, okay, rook d1, queen here. That's a good post. This has, you see this actually in some other variations. That's really the ideal post for the queen, where it protects the pawn from the front, but also bears down on the c pawn.
Yes.
So that's a good way of playing. Incidentally, it also, I've spoken about this earlier, it covers the h5 square. So he needs to watch out for this h5, h6, which can be very, very disturbing. Rook d7. Rook on the 7th is supposed to be good.
Yep.
Take, and now he takes back. Bishop c4. So the rook on the 7th immediately, in the short term, has not brought any direct gains. On the other hand, it keeps black tied down, and Queen D2. Did I mention it earlier? The black queen should, sorry, white queen should be on a dark square in this position, because the dark squares are black's weak squares. So this delicate little shift, one square to the side, he suddenly can consider things like Queen H6. It's no point in that immediately, but the Queen could come to F4, where with an attack there. These things can happen very suddenly. It's just increasing the scope, also doubling. So A5, my impression is it's comfortable for white, but not more than that. I like Bishop F3 now. Bishop F3.
Yes, to prepare a possible H5.
It's a multi-purpose move, because you prepare H5 as you say. You also protect this E pawn. You don't want to move it particularly. Just leave it there for the unless you're obliged. And you also you probably want your king on G2 off the bank rank, just so that Rook B8, Rook B1 check doesn't happen. Some nasty thing like he's played Bishop F3. I'm doing pretty well with my move predictors today. I'm actually doing much better than most days.
Probably because you switched off the engines.
That's probably, that's maybe. I think that's right. The moment I switch off the engines,
more people should do that. Okay. Good. I shouldn't forget that I still had a question for you, because we're talking about vanilla.
Oh yeah, vanilla.
So there's a question about sweets, and it's totally irrelevant. It's got nothing to do with anything we're doing here.
Any broadcast or anything. But we like irrelevant.
But still, I was puzzled myself. So do you have any idea who invented the Magnum chalk ice? I mean, it's a question I have to ask you now.
Who invented the Magnum chalk ice?
Yeah.
Do you know?
It's quite surprising.
Go on. Tell me who invented the Magnum chalk ice.
It's none other than Roger Moore.
Roger
007 Moore.
007.
Who left us not that long ago.
Yeah. Sir Roger, wasn't he?
Yeah. Great guy. Ivanhoe.
Yep. All that.
I mean, if you can Ivanhoe and 007 in one life.
Oh, well, that's great.
Yeah. So that was an irrelevant but very important question.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, there was some.
Well, okay. Probably he just saved the world, but I thought, what else?
What else can
I do today?
I've just saved Her Majesty's government. That's
he's floating around somewhere in the Caribbean. He's spoken enough to the lady that's with him, and he thought, okay, let's invent a nice ice cream.
Okay. Yep. Good. So I like Anish Giri's position. It's not a decisive attack yet, but
Black has to watch out.
Some problems, I think, little problems for Wesley So. He's a very good calculator, but he's going to have to keep his wits about him here. Right.
And they've played games before when there was a tiny advantage, and they were working on that for a long time.
Yeah. So,
which one?
Aronian
Which one am I referring to, Nigel?
Sorry, the tiny advantage and
No,
what?
they played a classic game in I can say 2015 when they had a queen ending with an extra pawn, a pawn, so 3 pawns on one side, queens.
Oh, right.
And that lasted for 111 moves when
Okay.
Anish won. That was his last win actually against Wesley So.
So after f6, we had the following continuation, knight h4, which is good because it doesn't allow mate in 1.
Which always hurts.
Queen g4, g3. So he's moved this this knight off the attack. Takes. Rook d8. So let me try and use my brain. How is this move? Is that a move?
Well, you have to take.
You have to take.
And then you take.
I have to take here.
You have
you
to
have
take.
to take.
And you have to take.
Then you have to take. So far so good.
2, 4, 5, 2, 4. Ouch. But
Bishop here.
Bishop, rook e7.
Rook e7.
Well, you're losing the pride on d6, but
is that a collective noun for lions?
yes.
Okay. So what does he do there? Maybe. If he takes here.
You take that one, yeah.
Better for white.
It's an extra pawn, yeah.
And rook c7 is coming actually. This is the
So much better for white. Then.
Yeah. Could play bishop a8 with a threat.
Yep. Annoying.
But f4, perhaps, and going rook c7.
And rook b8.
It's complicated. Possibly rook d2 is a better move.
Okay, you bring in the other rook via b8, or
yeah, rook c7, rook b8. I'm just fiddling around here, but actually we can always exchange the rooks, so this wouldn't be such a great way to play. It's no longer mate, and that if we count, we do the baby count.
Something has gone wrong.
Yeah, something's gone wrong for Kramnik.
Yeah.
So my impression, maybe I'm wrong, is that white is doing well. And curiously, I've just had a look at the engine here, which doesn't give queen c5 at all. It says that white is completely winning in this position.
Wow. Sorry, I mean...
and why is that? Why would that be so? I have no idea.
And completely winning is like...
f4. Just completely winning. That's actually a very... It's just saying he's paralyzed. And perhaps also the threat after f4 is bishop e2. So I just want to give yeah,
so you have to run with the queen.
Well, where?
Well, yeah, you can only go to
where?
H3, and
well, that doesn't help you.
You're not safe either.
That doesn't help you. So I'm just thinking maybe some continuation. Look, I'll give you an illustrative continuation here. King H8. So my play was too primitive, but let's say King H8, Bishop E2, Queen here. I like just to take this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You take back.
Fair enough. And
then I'm just wondering whether we've got something like this. And knight G6 check. And if you play here, I've got bishop G4, and you resign.
Yep. Very nice. Very nice.
So,
but that was
a
This rook move was a blunder.
Yeah,
or was he in trouble already?
And F takes E4 was also wrong, apparently. F takes E5, excuse me. I don't know why. Yeah, maybe all of this was wrong. If we go back here, Queen G4 is a strange move, because that's right. I expected this. And the whole point of Queen H5 is that you can get the queens off with capturing here. So, I don't know, G3, you can simply whip this off. And you can consider, well, knight F5 maybe is still a problem. You can even play King H8.
That looks considerably better than what we were just looking at.
Yeah.
So now it's for him to find F4.
He's gone, and F4 is apparently, let's say, utterly killing. But he even has. So Queen H5 is a pretty obvious move, by the way. I'm just looking at Queen G4 takes, and apparently this is wrong as well. And here, White has several good moves. Just basically, Black he's lost his coordination, and even rook E3 is a good move.
But F4, if he finds it, is a real killer.
Yeah, and rook E3 is a killer as well. I'll just show you why. I'll show you why. Just rook E3.
Yeah.
Let's say you make a quiet move, King H8, F3. And after takes, you're probably losing in various ways, but H3 wins a piece. Queen H5 takes, wins a piece. And if Queen takes H3, you can just simply capture, winning a piece. It's completely busted.
Well, it's still against 2 pawns, but that
it doesn't matter. You're just positionally busted as well.
Because you're not going to get the D6 pawn. So
that is actually quite bizarre. I mean, he's just sort of collapsed in the space of about 3 moves.
It's almost reminiscent what it was a couple of years ago. Was it Aronian Grishchuk, where he...
Sorry, I'm just going to have a little munch. You forgive me for that. Go on.
Is it Roger Moore's?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we had a queen there caught in broad daylight. Mm-hmm. Might happen again.
But this is a very important,
very
important game for the tournament standings.
Because we had the feeling that these 2 guys were on fire.
Yeah.
And now it looks like Vladimir will be extinguished a bit, and Lev and Aronian, well, depending on what Hikaru Nakamura does, he might take the lead. So let's see what he comes up with after his next think. He has time enough because Vladimir Kramnik invested an awful lot of time in his openings. He's down to 29 minutes.
And apparently Rook C3 is strong as well, with the same idea.
Yeah.
A little bit less strong, but those moves. F4 with the disturbing with this bishop E2, bishop F1. And in fact, that's another threat with this, that okay, let me just make a move. I mean, this is not a good move. I just want to just sort of randomly, let me play Rook F6. Bishop E2. Rook E3, I threaten H3.
Yep.
Or Rook C3, I don't know which is best.
Well, this, normally speaking, it's something that Aronian can calculate.
He's a very, very strong tactician.
He's probably well advised just to use 10 or 15 minutes now, just to find, well, most probably he senses that there is something destructive
there. Very strange play, because it was clear that black should take the exchange the queens.
Yes. And surprising. I mean
it's
Kramnik,
very, very odd. It's a poor judgment.
Oh, just some temporary blindness.
But
just,
that's it.
Maybe.
And it's not the position where you can. Yeah, that's not the sort of position where you can afford something like that.
Well, he may complain of getting older, but we didn't see any signs of that in the early rounds. But yep, Vladimir Kramnik seems to be in serious danger. And what about the oldest participant, Vishianand? Is he doing fine? Yes. Yeah, white still has to decide which way to go.
Yep. Let's look at
what's this?
Nakamura. Nakamura. So it's up at the top. Yeah. So it's gone in a very similar way to let's see. So we had Rook DC8, F3 here, and King F2. And the reason I didn't like King F2 is the following. I thought King F2 would be the move you want to play, but I didn't see a response to Bishop D5. That was actually why I thought he should play E4. He's played King F2, Bishop D5, and now takes, B3. But that is a thorn in the flesh. Or maybe not. Rook A1. Maybe it's not. Now that I think about it, it may be completely irrelevant. White's plan has to be to evict the rook on the 7th rank, because that's very, very annoying. So I think black should play a move like Bishop C6, intending Bishop B5. Now, it's gone there. Or maybe this is a different plan altogether.
Because if he manages to chase away the rook, then you feel that the bishop pair is giving white an advantage?
Yeah, if he manages to evict the rook. White wants king e1, king d1. So he wants to put this one here. If the rook then shifts over to b2, bishop c3 will trap. So yeah, it's a question of what black can do in the meantime. If king e1, I'm thinking his idea is e4 to just to take some space. King d1. Maybe rook c6. And not absolutely clear. I mean, here at least he's gained a bit of space if he plays something like this. Still looks slightly better for white, but not such a big deal. I think I'd probably play. I think I'd probably play e4 after e5. I like e4 because that's the positional move that you. And I'll explain why. Both sides have white squared bishops, so these sort of neutralize each other. So black has a dark squared bishop, that's his strong bishop. So he should place his pawns on the opposite square to his strong, yes. Opposite color squares to his strong bishop. I think that is the principle.
Okay. Let's see.
Magnus, or what? Or this one. What's going on here?
So the question is, okay, so he's given a pawn.
So this is good. This has got exciting.
So if you play queen e3 now,
this has become very exciting. So Wesley So has gone in. I mean, this is a principal continuation.
Yep.
He's not going to defend passively. And the advantage of playing chess like this, putting the queen in on a3 and taking on a2, is if you don't get mated, you've basically solved your positional problems. You're not going to end up suffering in an endgame once you've removed this important pawn. The issue, of course, is do you get to an endgame? And this looks unbelievably dangerous.
Yeah, because you're threatening to push
h6,
h5, h6.
Yeah, and queen e5 and mate.
So, yeah, this is the big question. What Wesley So has prepared against this one. I mean, he's a good calculator, so.
Yeah, and this. Yeah, I don't know. So, bishop d5 looks like the right move there, because you have to create some space. You have to do something. h6. Perhaps you give a check. Maybe you give a check, or you can take first. Takes, and now I think you have to put the queen in on b1. Check, king up, queen f5.
And then on queen d4 you play e5 or f6?
E5.
E5, yes.
he's playing with fire, but he's very, very good at these. I've seen Wesley So take hot pawns before.
So, yeah, Geary is thinking. So
Yeah.
so this is the position.
Yeah.
And the question is Queen E3, how strong that is.
And I think he has to get rid of that bishop on F3. So so this looks like a very logical continuation. So
is there something else here?
No, you should push. You should push.
You cannot turn
Play
around.
G4 or something. Could play G4. Could play G4.
Here? With the, well, so you take?
Yeah, I'll take with the pawn. I'll take with the queen even. No, I'll take with the pawn.
Okay. So my threat is to go here.
Yeah, it's H6 and Queen E5, and I'm just covering the squares. He may be able to defend with Queen B1 check, King G2, Queen B8. So let's have a look. Queen B1 check, King G2, Queen B8, H6. Still dangerous, very dangerous actually. Well, I do not envy Wesley So's defensive task. You need super accurate calculations, and I think White's initiative is such that, you know, the worst that is going to happen to him, if he fails to deliver checkmate, he'll be able to win a pawn back. He will create some threats, and he'll be able to win a pawn back. So I think he's risking nothing.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it feels like. I mean, at some point, Black will further weaken his position. And, well, something is exchanged, and then these pawns, don't look too impressive.
Oh, it's so far from queening.
Yeah. So this turned into a very sharp game. Started very quietly, and suddenly it was an entirely different story. Where do you want to go?
Let's have a look at Magnus. He's the world champion. We've ignored him for an hour. I hope he's... F4 has been played.
Levin Aronian has played F4 against Vladimir Kramnik, which is essentially a winning move. He plays Rook F6 immediately, Vladimir Kramnik. So then the question is, does this help in any manner? And your idea now is to play Bishop E2?
Yeah, that's my idea, Bishop E2.
Well, not much choice, I think.
Yeah.
And now you want to play...
Bishop F1.
Bishop F1, he goes back, and
now my
Rook...
idea is Rook, let's say Rook, maybe Rook C3, I don't know which is right, but okay, let me go here.
With the clear threat H3, yes, H3, you go there, and Bishop E2. No, just H3. Yeah.
I don't get it. I think he's just completely busted.
Or can he give back an exchange?
He's gone Rook C3.
He's gone.
Rook C3, which is basically, he threatens bang, bang, bang.
Bang, bang.
Yeah, Bishop. Yeah, so he's gone Rook C3.
Yeah.
He threatens all of
bang,
this.
Bang, bang.
Yeah.
Bam, bam. That was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Vladimir Kramnik in big difficulties.
Yep, he's in more than big difficulties.
And we might have a new leader or co-leader
He's played
soon.
bishop a6, which is perhaps the best. It stops.
That's what he's played.
Did he play it? Yeah. No, he didn't. He didn't. Sorry, I'm just looking at something here. No. Bishop.
So what's
Bishop a6? I think is the only move.
to stay
Stop.
alive?
Yeah, bishop e2. So we take that. Knight takes. And now maybe this is just winning. F5.
King g2, is that not possible, or you don't have time?
Also looks dangerous.
I mean, what do you come up with?
I've got nothing to suggest.
Yeah, if you
I've got absolutely nothing. He's just completely gone. He's just blundered.
Yeah, so
He's just absolutely gone.
putting his queen on the wrong square came at a very, very high price.
Yeah, and then apparently there were some subsequent mistakes, but it started with the wrong decision altogether. To he should be exchanging queens. He should be.
So it's this moment where he goes to g4, and where he really had to go
to
to
h5. Yeah, and to get the well, you don't lose your queen on this square, so that's a good start, isn't it?
Which is quite a difference. Yeah.
Or if you do lose it, you take your opponent's queen with it, and then it goes down with it. So
yes. So difficult moments for Vladimir Kramnik, and Anish Giri is still thinking, and we were on our way to Magnus Carlsen against Fashela Graf, Maxim.
Yeah, looks a bit like a nothing position, really. Yeah, absolutely nothing. So what did they do? I mean, I C3, he played. Well, we haven't looked at this for a time. I said C3 was and A4, which he duly played. Rook B8. So Magnus is playing to. Maxim's playing to maintain his knight on D5 for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Takes. Rook E1, knight E5. And, okay, he's got a grip for the moment. But he's got no problems. I mean, just no problems here. Some little tactics. Why does that work? Queen takes E7, queen takes C3 is probably okay. So he defends. And he defends the pawns. Knight D2, Rook C8, and just. It doesn't look as if he's doing anything.
There's no big worries for Maxim here.
No.
And he's not the type of player who gets nervous by sitting opposite Magnus. I mean, he's played him. This is the advantage if you've known a player a long time. Your results are not that bad then. So.
No.
And what about the tournament leader, Hikaru Nakamura?
Can we just go back just one minute ago? Oh, so okay.
To
anyway,
Magnus?
with the Magnus, I was just thinking of the famous philosopher, or was it? No, it wasn't the philosopher. It was the poet.
They can be philosophers too.
Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan, one of the best poets we have.
Yeah. Nobel laureate.
Absolutely.
Didn't he say? No reason to get excited. Said the Joker to the thief. That's it. Yeah, well, after rook a8, I think it's no reason to get excited.
There's no reason to get excited.
Yeah, all along the watchtower.
I can't get no relief.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tournament
one
leader.
of the few Bob Dylan songs actually that are performed better by someone else.
Correct. Jimi Hendrix did a better version.
Yes,
definitely.
And I think even Bob Dylan agreed.
Yes.
Yeah, and he was. So what's going on with
James Marshall Hendrix?
James Marshall Hendrix
after the Marshall
famous
attack.
Oh.
Yeah. So he got rid of this. He managed to get rid of this. No, in fact, he did it in a different way. He just decided to play in a simple way and exchange like this, which I'm not 100% sure that's right, but
you mean if it leaves white with?
Yeah, a little bit too simplistic. Look, if you ask me about this position, it's a little bit too easy to play like this. So, if I had to bet, I'd bet on a draw.
Yeah.
However, realistically, only white has any chances of making something. Those two bishops there, they're just annoying.
Yeah.
I would expect a move like knight b8, knight c6, something like this. Or to bring the king up, I'm not quite sure. Maybe king f7 or knight b8, knight c6.
Yes, and then if we keep in mind that it's Sergei Karyakin who's playing black, then...
Yeah, he doesn't get flustered.
Various moves here, Nigel. So he went rook h6 here.
Rook h6. Has that been played? Here?
Well, yeah, this has all been played.
And that looks like Bad Newsville, Tennessee.
Well, that's to give the exchange.
Gives a queen. The queen takes... Oh, he can play queen takes at h4, actually. He's got queen takes h4 there. That's a funny little move. Because the other possibility is you go here and then bishop g4 takes. But it's got to be absolutely dead loss. He loses immediately.
Yeah. But still, so
Hasta la vista, baby.
So Aronian didn't win this game immediately, as the other philosopher says.
The former governor of California. Hasta la vista, baby. Yeah.
So, what does he play?
Look, I managed to guess another move. I do the predictor move.
Oh, yeah.
The moment I switch this damned engine off,
you can have some more cake.
I can have some more cake. No, thank you.
Yeah. So, okay, so this is what we got. And you want to play queen h4.
Yeah, actually, I've just checked that. The queen h4 is in fact the best move.
Yeah.
But it's completely lost. It is completely lost. You take with the pawn. Rook g6, and you just defend rook d1. You're just going to play an exchange down with nothing. Well, bishop d5 you can play, perhaps. Although I think even f5 undermining. Rook takes g5.
Is there any hurry?
Yeah, well, pawn takes rook is coming. There is a hurry.
There is a hurry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't hold this. Bishop takes a2 or something. Bishop takes a2. Yeah, maybe some practical chance still.
Yep. Okay, let's see. And has Anish Giri taken a decision already? So he's gone to. Has he gone to d4? What is the difference? So the idea is that this is one move quicker.
Yep. But I start to worry about c5.
Which
came on cue.
Julie worried. And then you feel that the white queen is straying, or?
Well, you've got to disturb the. I'm just wondering whether you can take on c5 though, because no, takes on c5. I guess he takes on e2 then.
Yeah, you don't have time to sacrifice that bishop.
Yeah, you don't have time, and when you do it like this, then suddenly he's gone queen e3. So he's forced the pawn to c5. Is that so clever? It's a bit too subtle for me.
Yeah, so because
that's a bit too subtle for me, because also I don't like the fact that sometimes he can play queen a4, for example, just to disturb the coordination. So not completely clear.
Yeah.
Still, I definitely prefer white.
As you do in Aronian's game.
Yeah, Kramnik has played queen h4. I'm doing well on that. Doing well, aren't I?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think rook d1. And there's that variation. I think he has to put a bishop on d5 and hope for the best. But I can't believe he'll be able to hang on.
Yeah. By the way, we're not forgetting about the quiz, but yeah, some excitement here that we want to follow. Or shall we do the quiz anyway? Or you want to?
Let's have a look. Quick look at.
Todos?
Oh, Maxime. Oh, Magnus. Right. Okay. I had my little Twitter poll a while ago, and how many games will Magnus Carlsen win at Norway Chess 2017? And it's clear that
it's not going to be.
People have been watching this game before submitting their vote, because 0 has gone up to 19%. So 1 in 5 people thinks the world champion is incapable of winning a game here in this event.
If you don't win 1 of 6 games, how are you going to win 1 from 9?
And the number of people, I think it's dropped, hasn't it? Dropped a little bit from. It's still got 13% saying he's going to win 3 to 4 games. He's not going to win this one. But if he does, he's a genius.
And you'll eat your hat.
I will eat my cake.
You ate yeah.
Which was quite tasty, actually.
Yeah, very good. Norwegian cake. So the question in Giri's game is whether this is perhaps even a better version or a weaker version of what...
you tell me.
I have no idea.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, let's have a look at the 5 times world champion just very quickly, and then we'll come on to asking our questions. So,
yes.
We've seen some manoeuvres here, which bishop a3, a6, knight b3. Okay, 98. So it's the sort of thing we were discussing.
G3.
And a5. And you notice that Fabiano Caruana is in no hurry whatsoever to determine where his king should go. So,
but he should be in some hurry to make his moves, because he's gone down to 19 minutes for his last 17 moves.
Yeah, 17 moves, yeah. I guess Vichy probably needs to bring out his bishop d7, rook e8, and put his bishop back on c8. So he just needs to bring his bishop into the game. I think Vichy is still slightly better, has a very comfortable game, but not completely clear. I like his prospects.
Very good. Well, apparently the computer clearly favors Geary's position now, even going as far as slightly more than +2.
Oh, really?
And
well,
that's very serious.
That's basically a decisive advantage with accurate play. I think, yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. But let's see. He has to think about that before.
It's one thing when you're looking at the engines and you think, you know, +2. Oh, he's completely winning.
Yeah.
It's another thing when you're sitting there and.
Yeah, and probably it's. I mean, you make one wrong move and it's all gone.
Yeah, it's all gone. Yeah.
So let's see if he finds that. In the meantime, we'll go to the quiz first.
Yep.
Well, yesterday's question and the answer to that. It's interesting that. Well, let me put this.
I've got a good question for tomorrow.
Ah, okay. You mean?
Can we do? Oh, right. Let's do the question that we had. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let me see. Where is it? Blah blah blah. The question yesterday was round 4 was the most exciting round of Altibox Norway chess so far, with great fights in all 5 games. The motto of the round seemed to be playing for blood as grandmasters should. And the question was, well, this is actually a quote from a song of an English pop band, popular in the 1980s and 1990s. And the song was about Bobby Fischer. And we would like to know the name of the band. And it was amazing. I mean, it's a band that I like a lot. And I mean, there were so many answers to this.
Right.
And
okay.
Let's say we also got some wrong answers. There were people thought that was a song of the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, the Hot Chili Peppers, Megadeth, but it's not Megadeth.
Megadeth.
Yeah. But it is a song as
the Beatles. Yeah. I mean, they broke up in 1970, so they didn't become world champion.
No, they're popular still.
Until a couple of years later. So Beatles is a poor guess.
Yes. But many, well, almost all of you had it right. Prefab Sprout.
Prefab Sprout. Yeah.
And the name of the song was Q Fanfare, and it's from their first album, Swoon.
Okay.
And actually, when I was looking at this, I came across a video that Paddy McAloon, he was he's the genius behind the group. And some months ago, he recorded a beautiful song, America, which he just recorded at home because he has all kinds of health issues. Yeah. And it's a beautiful song. I'd advise you to have a look at that on YouTube. There was a great story about it in The Guardian. And he's asking, I think, the American president some relevant questions. So that was the answer yesterday. prefab sprout. And the winner is Bennett Joseph from Chicago in the USA.
Illinois.
Yep, he is the winner of today's free subscription to New in Chess magazine, paper and digital.
Sweet home Chicago.
Which takes us to today's question.
Yeah, today's question is, how many of the 10 participants in Altibox Norway Chess 2017 can tie a tie?
And you know some that...
Do I know somebody that can? Okay, that will be a question for another day. No, that was a joke. Cancel that one. Cancel that one.
Not such a bad question.
It's a pretty good question. We'll do some research.
I remember helping a player or two.
Yeah, I've helped a player or two over the time.
But the question today is, some grandmasters prefer to travel alone to a tournament. Some bring a second to help, and a second is a trainer, coach, well, someone who helps you prepare your game.
Yeah, or a mother.
Or a mother. No, not a mother. That's not no, that's something else.
Okay.
Sister is also something else.
Ah, right. Yeah. Okay.
How many of the participants in Altibox Norway Chess brought seconds to Stavanger?
Ah, right.
So that 10 players here, and
a second.
How many of them came with a second that helps them prepare their games? And these, your answers you can send to quiz@norwaychess.com, quiz@norwaychess.com, and the day after tomorrow, because tomorrow is a free day after tomorrow, we will tell you the answer and who of you will have won a 1-year subscription to New in Chess. We had a couple of games in critical phases, Nigel.
Yeah.
Have they come even closer to their... so Wesley So is thinking in a deep think. And we have a draw. Not totally surprising. Magnus Carlsen and Maxime Vachela-Graf have cleaned the board, thrown away all the pieces, and only kings are left, and as we know, that's a theoretical draw.
Actually, Magnus must be pretty disgusted.
I think so.
Yeah, because he obtained zilch in this game.
Yes.
Absolutely zilch.
And let's
didn't even get close to tormenting.
And he got a big advantage. I mean, it was not only that he won the Blitz tournament, but this enabled him to choose his favorite number.
Yeah.
And what he chose gave him white against most of his best rivals.
In the first
and now we're six rounds into the tournament, and he has only drawn his games and even lost one. We'll try to tell you more about his reaction to this further disappointment.
For the home fans. We've actually, we've had practically all the players coming in, but unfortunately we've missed Magnus the last couple of rounds.
I'm not sure if chances have gone up.
Gone up.
We keep trying, but
it's
not entirely in our hands.
Yeah.
But maybe it's a good moment to take a brief break, and we'll be back in any case with Maxime.
Yeah,
I'm sure about that.
As a minimum, I think.
Yeah, he's giving his first comments now. So don't go too far from your preferred seat or couch or bed. We'll be back very soon with Maxime Vachela-Graf, and who knows, Magnus Carlsen.
welcome back. We have with us Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who has drawn his game, first result of today, and it looked pretty comfortably. Maxime, were you worried at any point at all during the game?
Very early on, I would say, but then already after I played knight d5 and b5, I felt my position is extremely comfortable.
I wonder, I have a question here, because this for me was actually one of the more interesting moments in the game. Why not knight e3? Isn't this the...
I'm not sure. Yeah, but I mean, first of all, I was actually considering this move, and I think I was going to go for it.
Okay, and the idea is that after...
Well, I mean,
bishop takes b5,
rook b8, so now there are two options.
Yeah.
c4 runs into knight b6, I think. This so I threaten a6, and if you go c5, knight d5, I have too many threats. So
okay.
I think this works. And if you take on d7, I think I just take back. And okay, the point is, if white has time to play b3 and c4,
yeah,
white is standing better. But after b3, I have time, I think, to go queen c3, rook c8, and
okay.
And if you don't take on b5, like if you go, let's say e4, or do you have another?
Okay, I want to go, I don't know, c3.
Okay. Yeah, okay, let's say c3, because anyway I'm going to go probably a6. I'm not sure about this, but okay, let's say
okay, a4.
Yeah, rook b8.
I take.
Yeah.
And now maybe e4 or something.
Yeah, but I felt this is extremely comfortable. I'm not sure how right I am in claiming that, but I mean, maybe I have time to go b4.
Yeah. Can I take my moves back? Am I allowed to take my moves back? Bishop d3, I think, is more circumspect, let's say.
Yeah. And then I go bishop b7, let's say.
But nevertheless, I think this is more interesting than the position that Magnus... you don't agree?
It can just be worse for white. I mean, I'm going e5 next, I'm going knight b6 somewhere.
Okay, queen e2. I'm going to continue.
Okay. Fair enough. Probably I have time for b4 now. I mean, I was not concerned at all.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
I mean...
All right. So, I'm not going to argue with you.
Well, you can, it's encouraged, but anyway, I mean, how the game went, I thought only I could be better, but I didn't really manage to prove it. I mean, here I felt I have a really comfortable position. I'm not sure whether... Maybe I should somehow keep the tension, but bishop d7 looks artificial. I mean, bishop b6 looks very natural. Here maybe, actually, there was a way for him to force a draw at once with c4. Point is, if bishop takes c4, rook c1, I don't see how I get out of the pin.
Yeah.
And if knight takes c4, queen b4, bishop is trapped, so I have nothing really better than queen c6 take.
And then rook takes e7.
Yeah. But anyway, after queen e2, I mean, I felt I should be better, but at the same time, I mean, I have some issues to solve. Yeah. And, well, let's say, I mean, if I take on f3, I don't really think I can pretend to be better anymore. And then after okay, one, okay, I mean, it's clear I have to go rook a8, but after bishop a6, it's already clear. I mean, knight c4 is just the soundest move here, and it just leads to an immediate draw.
Okay, okay.
But I don't know, maybe, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if at this point I'm just
you've
better.
Got an edge, because this is actually... These knights hit against this structure. This is Nimzovich. This is you know. You're following in good footsteps there.
I mean, it doesn't look like that much when you go through my games, but I know my classics. So anyway, I mean, I was just playing fast and confidently because I couldn't see what was wrong with my position. But maybe I played a bit too fast at some point, and even though, I mean, I spent a reasonable amount of time, but yeah, maybe around here there was, you know, something to really ponder over and to try to find a real way to increase the pressure.
Yeah. But still, you can't be too disappointed. A pretty easy draw with black against the world champion. And
yeah, actually here I was wondering, but I mean, I just rejected it immediately in account of this move. But I'm not sure. I mean,
knight b6.
Yeah, and here there are two options. I mean, maybe you can just take on b5 because you somehow threaten c4, and if you take on c3, yeah, but rook c4.
The queen is not escaping.
Well, easily. Maybe it does, but anyway, it's very suspicious. But also there's c5 and
knight d5.
Yeah, knight d5, knight d4 anyway.
And the b pawn is hanging, and b pawn is hanging.
So probably, I mean, dismissing rook a8 was just very sound decision, because if now I move my bishop anywhere, say e6, well, I mean, again, I'm not sure what happens if white takes, but even c5 and the knight on a8 is for now not too comfortable. So okay, I just
thought it wasn't worth considering that.
Yeah, I mean,
at length, yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise, I mean, it's clear Magnus has to go for this, because queen c2, bishop f5 is not really an option. Bishop d3 could run into knight a3 already, so yeah. So it's clear his idea was this, I think. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe here, if I play really a few precise moves, I can claim an edge. But I'm really not sure. I think it can just be worse for black. Yeah.
And tell me. Before you go, about your position in the tournament, are you satisfied with?
Well, I can't really be satisfied, but I've just not played well enough so far. So
yeah,
and yeah, I mean, it was a pity for me this game against Hikaru, because because simply I thought during the game that I had good chances, but as it turns out, my position was just bad from beginning to end.
Right.
So that was not so nice, and yeah, then I didn't put as much pressure as I would have wanted with white, and I mean, that's definitely something I have to solve going into the final 3 rounds. With
and still time to have a good result.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, of course, already 50% would be nice.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'll take it one game at a time. And I mean, if I somehow win a couple, then suddenly, I mean, it won't look like a bad result at all.
Good. I think we've got some other games that are finished. I see Levon Aronian, who is standing just a few meters away, and I'm guessing he won.
Yes,
pretty
that's correct.
Convincingly.
So
we're going to kick you out, Maxime. Thank you very much.
I think there was much more action in Levon's game, so that's a fair point.
Okay, see you soon. welcome back. We have with us Levon Aronian, who's just won his game against Vladimir Kramnik. This is a very important game for the standings of the tournament, with two players on +1. First of all, Vladimir, it seemed to go wrong quite quickly at some moment. Is that right?
No, I don't know. I just made like 3 or 4 blunders in one game. That's a bit too much. Yeah. No, I think after the opening it was just completely equal. I mean, Queen e3, Rook d8. I have absolutely no problem.
Yeah.
I just Rook c8. I thought it's a bit more, you know, kind of precise. But e5. I mean, I started to miss everything now. Okay, Queen f5 maybe is not that bad still, but here Knight h4. I don't know, maybe Queen h5. No, actually, I
thought you should play Queen g5 here. I thought.
Yeah, Queen g5. No, but
then takes Knight f3, Bishop f3, gf, King f7, h4. I was calculating.
Yes, no, but I saw that Queen g4. I just missed. I thought that I am at
least. But I thought this is terrible for you.
No, but I missed. I mean, I of course King h8. I wanted to play. I just missed f3. I mean, that is the issue. I mean,
what happens if I go f4?
No, but here I've got quite a few tempes, yeah.
But I think it's just hopeless anyway.
Compared to the game. No, I mean, maybe, yes, but actually the problem is that f3 is winning, simply. No, also fe was a terrible move, yeah. I mean, probably I shouldn't have taken.
But it's not easy. I thought this whole plan doesn't work with the Rook on c8. With the Rook on d8, of course, it's fine.
Yes. No, maybe, yeah. I mean, I just somehow missed the whole idea of trapping my queen. I mean, basically, yeah, because, but King h8, the problem is f3, I think.
But also f4, I think. This is already, I thought it's beyond repair, I mean, at this point.
I don't know, maybe, but I'm not so sure. Yeah, but f3 is just winning, I think. Yeah, Rook f3, Bishop e2, unfortunately, yes, and Bishop f3, there is Bishop Bishop e6 now, yeah, I thought it was lost simply. Just not in time, Knight e6 takes, and now, well, also Knight f3 is maybe winning, but I thought this was... I was not sure if I can stop.
No, but this should take Bishop c6.
No, I thought Knight f3, yes, and I thought I would lose it, yeah, because Queen f3, Queen e6.
And then Rook f8?
Rook f8, yeah. Or maybe actually not. Yeah, I was just unable to calculate today. Yeah, so maybe this... No, because at least then bet at King h6, King h8.
Position is extremely unpleasant for black.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it's not that bad. It's just if I can manage to save my queen, yeah, that's a problem. But now, okay, played Rook f6. No, also
I thought you wanted to go Bishop d5, but of course, it's very sad.
Yeah, but I mean, then already here, Bishop d5, yeah, I should have gone.
No, here is bad, because I've taken Rook c4, and Knight g6 checked. So, you have to...
You mean take King h8, Rook c4, Queen d7, yeah, but
Knight g6 maybe.
Yeah, it's bad,
yeah, that's...
No, it's bad, yeah. No, but here it's probably pretty bad, but I was keeping blundering, yeah, because I missed Rook c3, and then I missed...
I thought Bishop a6 is the only move, but then I
but then better...
I'm trapping the Rook, yeah.
No, but again, better here than already Bishop a6, yeah. I mean, well, at least it's kind of fightable, yeah, still.
Not so much, but
it's actually completely lost.
Completely,
yes. Yeah.
No, I mean I understand it's not good, but but
King
then
G2,
King G2 was a problem. Yeah, I mean, and yes, no, I just totally missed the idea of trapping here. Again I missed that Queen G5. I wanted to play Rook takes D6, and I thought it was
Bishop G4, yeah.
No, Queen e7 is a problem. Bishop g4 is okay. Takes and Rook g6. Okay.
Queen e7.
At least I5.
And then Rook g3.
Rook g3, you resign.
This Rook g3 I also missed.
Everything.
Everything is.
But unfortunately this wins immediately just on the spot.
Yeah.
That's a problem. Yeah.
Both moves win. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's lost. So I mean, okay, it's just quite bad. I mean, because. I had many ways. I don't know if I mean Queen h5, for example.
Queen h3?
Yes, and some move like even King h8.
But f4 there, I thought it's unpleasant. It looked unpleasant during the game.
But can I take maybe?
Now?
I don't know.
I wasn't so sure you can. So d7 or maybe takes.
Takes king h8.
Yeah.
But queen e7, this shouldn't work, no?
Queen e7. I don't know. I mean, I maybe still have some tricks. You don't threat really anything so far. Yeah, like rook c8 or something. Okay, it's
take on b7. Yeah.
Take on h4. Well, at least it's. It's a fight. Not so clear. Not so sure about it. Yeah. Okay, it's.
I mean, it's
unpleasant, but I don't think it's. I mean, first of all, you have to protect this pawn somehow.
You have queen d4 idea. Yeah, maybe it's not that easy at this moment. Yeah.
Yes, but also queen h3. Maybe I can go king h8. I don't know if it's.
I thought like some f4 will follow and then.
Yes, but does it work? I mean, maybe.
You have g5, yeah.
F4 or g5. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, maybe not so easy. Yeah.
No, I thought it was quite sharp, but I just went quickly for this line. Okay, here also, I mean, just any moves, then I don't.
But I still play f4. I mean, I still play f4 and just capture with the queen anyway.
Yes, but I saw some ideas like queen f4 maybe or something. Yeah, just to do this. No, you take twice. You take twice. Yeah. No, I mean here I guess I should just make some useful move. Yeah.
But this is already very close.
No, it is dangerous, of course. Yeah, it's dangerous, but I mean it's not yet completely lost. Yeah, as it was in the game. Yeah, because I mean I guess but of course it was not my plan. Yeah, I mean my plan was just to play king h8 here, and I missed f3, and also I missed f4. But I'm not sure if the f4 here maybe I could get some chances. No, there was also at some point.
But I have this recurring bishop e2 queen h5 idea, which completely takes the queen. I mean, I just take the queen.
Yeah, no, but I thought knight e4 here, yeah, was a try, but unfortunately, I think bishop e2 works.
And bishop e2 wins, yeah.
Bishop e2 works because, okay, yes, I was.
Then bishop f1 h3.
Trying to go 1 second. What was my plan? Yes, like takes, and.
But I don't think any tactics work, yeah.
No, of course not. Yeah, I mean, but.
I have this rook g3 every time.
Yes. I mean, I don't even have this kind of rook f5 because it's no, I mean, this is just lost already. Yeah. So,
after f4 it's probably hopeless.
Yes. So I mean, here, should have. I don't know. Maybe queen f5 was also okay. Yeah.
But I mean, rook c8 is completely unnecessary. Yeah?
No, of course.
You're asking for trouble.
Yeah, there was absolutely no reason to play it, but I just thought that, I mean, also there was some knight d7 move here. I don't know, just trying to take the pawn. Yeah? I don't know if it was.
But what if I play bishop d3?
Yes, bishop d3 and let's say queen g4 or something.
Okay,
or queen h5. I mean.
But then knight g5 h6.
Yeah, okay, it's of course not that great. Yeah.
Then I can play bishop b5 anytime, yeah?
Yeah, no, that was not the point. I mean, the point was to play f6 and then to get some counterplay, and so
on. But f6 seemed to be absolutely fine, but queen h5 is a necessary follow-up, because, I mean, the moment the queen comes to g4, you're starting,
I don't even know if I actually,
starting to be in huge trouble.
I don't even know if I could simply take an f6, yeah? I don't know if it's so bad, yeah, if I would see anything today. I mean, this maybe is quite drawish also.
But I mean, at least white can say he achieved something.
No, of course, but maybe
this variation is so empty. To get a position like this is already like.
But it could well be like a forced draw. Or
great achievement.
I mean, because
I don't know.
Yeah, not so easy, but maybe no. But okay, just was out today completely. It happens sometimes.
So, Levon, congratulations! You're now moving perhaps into first place or equal first place after today. We'll see what happens in the other game. Let's just have a quick look at Hikaru.
This can be kind of unpleasant, yeah?
Can be unpleasant, really.
Probably drawish, yeah?
Yeah, Sergei
holdable.
Usually holds much worse than this.
For Sergei, this is...
Sergei, it's a dream position for him. He can draw anything, you know.
He'll probably give a... check bishop e6. Then it's a draw. Yeah. If you don't
so a little bit of squeezing, but 2 results basically in this position. Okay.
Yeah, this should be a draw.
Yeah. Thanks very much, gents.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good luck. Take a short break.
Welcome back. So that was a sensational win by Levan Aronian against Vladimir Kramnik, who was a bit unrecognizable today.
It was actually, it's not the fact that he lost the game. We know Levan Aronian is in very good form in this tournament and has been playing in quite an inspired way. Even in some of the games he hasn't won, but Vlad was he was miscalculating everything, you know, misjudging everything, miscalculating everything, and it's not very typical.
No.
All players, even truly great players like Vlad, they make mistakes, but he made several, and he basically didn't feel the position, didn't sense the danger, and couldn't calculate today. It was just one of those days.
He even didn't feel that his queen was in danger.
No, he didn't even get it after the game completely.
Yeah.
You know, so just a day he'll want to forget about and go and get some rest and come back tomorrow and just put it out of his mind.
Well, it's day after tomorrow because there's
it's
a free
day
game.
After tomorrow.
And then he plays Magnus Carlsen. Well, maybe the right medicine for either of them. We'll see. But it also has repercussions for Kramnik, who wants to maintain a high rating so that he might qualify for the candidates tournament on the basis of his high rating. He drops back to 4th place now. Well, the loss is not substantial, but in any case, he dropped from 2nd to 4th place. And as we were saying at the start of the tournament, Magnus Carlsen, he needed +1 to maintain his rating, but he has shed 8 points already and is down to 28-23. Only 12. Well, it's less than 12 points that separate him from Wesley. So maybe he's lucky that the other guys immediately close to him have some slight problems as well. And Wesley So, for instance, he's in a difficult position against Anish Giri, and it's just
okay.
Let's see how big his problems are.
Right.
We left off
after Queen E3. So there've been a lot of interesting developments there.
So the question was whether this inclusion of C5, whether that was good for white or not. Maybe it was. So black plays A4.
My goodness, a man with no fear.
Yep. And there it goes. The thorn in the side.
Yep.
Goes back.
And he whips it off.
So, which could not have been done if the pawn had not been there.
Yep.
So maybe it was a subtle difference.
Yep.
this, pushes him back.
On the other hand, he wouldn't be able to retreat his bishop. The pawn would be there.
Also true. So the bishop is pushed into the corner. E5 takes
and queen.
And then if the queens are, white cannot.
Should exchange the queens definitely here after this.
Well, no choice, right?
Yeah, well, queen f6 looks ridiculous to me, so he has to take.
I mean, white would be happy to keep the queens.
Yeah.
And then
look, that's not so well. The pawn on h6 is still a real nuisance.
Yeah. And the question is, if at some point it becomes a weakness, or
not in a hurry,
not anytime soon.
Not with the rooks on. Without the rooks, it could become a weakness. So unpleasant. But on the other hand, after the exchange of queens, this complex is a weak one, and in particular, the pawn on e4 is badly placed. I mean, it's vulnerable and badly placed. I mean, he had to put it there, but it's under attack from the bishop. And what white will want to do is to reroute his bishop somewhere. You want to reroute, put it on a diagonal like this. But with that pawn being on a white square, he'll have to be careful about such a maneuver.
Yeah.
So I think there are actually quite serious practical problems with winning this game. But clearly, Anish Giri is certainly on top. There's another move here. G5 is I'd probably play G5. Oh, he's gone rook C8. You can do that first, and then
apparently white could have played better here.
Well, this doesn't surprise me at all, because this looks very, very dangerous. So what could he have done here?
So first rook c7.
And then bishop d5.
And then you take on c5.
And then...
Oh, you take with check,
yeah.
And so how's that?
Takes.
I guess.
Yeah. Queen f6 and rook a5. And that's certainly better than what he...
Your pieces move a bit freer.
Well, I mean, I haven't... I haven't sort of handicapped myself with ruptured pawns on the king side.
Yes.
But if we come to the position here, g5 now looks like the right way to play.
You want to play bishop g4 or?
Yeah, bishop g4. It's a question of whether he can play...
suppose you could get your bishop on d5, then we're having an entirely
well,
different...
just the... you're protecting the h-pawn. You're making it difficult for him to play f6. So this is the asphyxiation approach.
That's Alekhine, isn't that how he died?
He did die.
Yeah.
In Estoril, Portugal.
Yeah. So, yes.
Yeah, I think that's an imprecision, and I'd be surprised if Anish Giri doesn't play g5. It's certainly the move I would want to play.
And
unless bishop c6 could be... No, bishop c6, rook a5, I think.
Well, let him think for a bit. There was this game that the setup of Vishy Anand that at first you didn't like too much and then came to like, Nigel. And
yep. Lots of things happening here. Boy,
yes.
Boy, we neglected this fascinating game. We left it, I don't know where we left it. We had some position round here, so there's been a lot of developments. Let's go through this because this is new to me. Queen C2, I suppose there is a point to that, but I haven't seen it. Rook E8, and that was what I said. He wants to bring out his rook from the corner, and castles queenside happened in the end. Vishy probing, bishop D7. And interestingly, despite the fact he's castled on the king's side, and white has castled queenside, he breaks on the king's side.
Yes.
So it's a little bit paradoxical, that, but quite logical in a way, because the queenside is blocked, and also white is a bit tied up on that side of the board. His advantage is on this side. So doubling on the F file and bearing down on F2. Useful move. Yeah, I really don't know what his putting the queen on C2 was about. And a good move actually by Vishy, exchanging these rooks. And he keeps that closed. And just playing very positionally. So he wanted to play bishop G4 positionally much earlier on, and he's got to play it now. And looks very, very unpleasant for white, who has absolutely no counterplay at all. And rook H5 and rook H1 is coming. And if you ask me to give an evaluation on that, I think white is completely and utterly busted.
Well, that would be sensational. After Vishy Anand really struggling.
I know he's not played well in this tournament, and you know his game, which game against Anish was a particularly poor game. Actually, he just didn't do anything. He just looked out of sorts. And here he's played forcefully, well controlled chess, and I think he's stuffing him. Rook H5, Rook H1, Rook H5, Rook H2, Rook H5, Rook H1, and Knight F5. So he's got all of these maneuvers. This coming here, and then the knight coming into F5. It looks absolutely gone.
Yeah, it looks like all the things work for black, and
nothing. I mean, white's fantasy is his great fantasy is if black should be foolish enough to move his knight somewhere, and then this would allow white to sacrifice the pawn and to open up this diagonal for the bishop. He can't, because that knight on d5 is going nowhere. Yeah. Just sitting there.
Yeah, a big proud statue.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, very comfortably. He isn't going to move. Yeah. Just sit there and squash his opponent. So, this is a crush.
Well, I recently read about a photographer who went around the world taking pictures of equestrian statues.
Oh, right.
He could take a picture of this one. I mean, proud horse on d5, doing a lot of good work for black. Yeah.
A pard. Is that right?
Part, yes.
Pard?
Part.
like a leopard. Your lion part.
So he went rook a5 instead of g5, which
I don't approve of.
yeah. I just had a quick look at an engine which liked your g5 better too.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, but g5 is just a positional move.
Yeah. But they start to understand those things more. And now might be time to take.
And if he takes, I guess he's going to play bishop. Well, actually, he can play bishop e8, and rook takes c3. With a draw being more likely than a defeat.
Yeah, you don't want to lose that pawn. So, is that something
you can even do it after. You can even do it in a different way. He's gone c4. Yeah, I think this is right. He can't.
Yeah.
He needs a passed pawn.
Yeah.
And what do they say about passed pawns? They must be
kept under lock and key.
Pushed.
Oh, pushed.
Passed pawns must be pushed.
So 2 options there.
Yeah.
But
when Pushkin comes to shove.
Yeah. And Sergei Karjakin is quietly defending.
Is he?
I don't know. That was the story some time ago. And Vladimir Kramnik had full confidence in his countryman.
Yeah, and I would tend to agree with him. I think a draw is the more likely result.
Yeah. We'll see.
I was going to say white holds the. White holds the trumps, but I don't like to use that expression anymore.
No, there's certain expressions that have disappeared from the language. We're cleaning up the language. Maybe I should ask you a question, Nigel.
Yeah. Ask me a question.
This gentleman.
You want to know the capital of Kiribati?
That's next. But first. Yeah, this is a question that has been arriving several times today.
Okay.
From Joe Sixpack, which it's not his real name.
Oh, really?
No, it's James MacDonald.
He didn't change it by deed poll to Sixpack.
And James, he writes that I was leafing through an old issue of New in Chess when I came across a photo of Nigel with yellow hair.
Yellow hair.
I'd forgotten that, but now suddenly I remembered him.
Canary hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the article that accompanied the photo, Nigel admitted that it was a bit of gamesmanship on his part, hoping to disorient the opponent just a bit, and apparently it worked for at least one game. So his question, well, there's several questions, but I think the main one is that he wonders if it's time for Magnus to
dye his hair blue.
Or break out.
He should dye his hair blue.
Or break out a mohawk.
A mohawk? Yeah, it could be a mohawk. Well, what was the last tournament when he came with this haystack on his head?
In Baden-Baden.
Yeah, the Grenke Classic. He came with a haystack on his head, which he claimed was his hair. But it certainly didn't look like that. It was.
Yeah, I think he went to a spa there, and he didn't give his hair the right treatment afterwards, and just let it explode.
Yeah. No, I must say that my yellow hair was. I fancied a change. I once had long hair in my life, and as a teenager.
And this was your moment to colour your hair.
Yeah, and that was it. The moment to colour my hair, and it was very, very bright, wasn't it? It was very bright and very yellow.
So how soon did you regret it?
I didn't regret it. I mean, it's just you do it and then you get bored with it, and it's a hassle to keep dyeing your hair.
Yeah, and it's not like a tattoo. I mean, you can just change it again.
Yeah, just let it let it grow.
But it's what late 90s, right? What was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so this is what Anish is doing. He's defending his...
Saying it was gamesmanship was a joke, not to be taken.
Ah, okay,
literally.
so
right.
James saying that it was gamesmanship was a joke not to be taken seriously.
James MacDonald, is he from Scotland?
That I don't know.
Do you know there's that Scottish restaurant chain?
Oh no, I think this is actually an American provider. So, so I think James MacDonald lives in the US of A.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Mm. So how is this going?
I'm just wondering. I really have a question here. I'm just wondering how bad, how many winning chances do you get if you take here? Takes. And not G5. What I want to do, G5 might not work. In fact, okay, I put my king on F3 for now. And my idea is to swing my rook around and obtain a dangerous pass pawn. So he's done that. I don't see a better way to play.
Yeah, that's what he's doing, yeah.
I don't see a better way to play. So, is it good or not? I don't know. But this is what I would be looking at. He's taken on yep. And king F3 or king F3. Oh, he's gone king F4. Okay, so that's the first line I was looking at, and now he wants rook A5, rook A8, and come and take the pawn. This is still dangerous. This is dangerous.
Well, it certainly puts pressure on black.
Yeah.
Well, and Geary has made his 40th move, so he gets another hour. No, well, 50 minutes, I mean.
Although, but perhaps he's in time with activity. No, I'll just come down. Doesn't make any difference. Okay, we'll put it here. You can even put this here for now. I'm putting the king on E6. If rook A8, check. Oh, even F6 check starts to be interesting. Just wondering about that. Drive this further away. And even something like this can be considered, because this feels like should be holdable. Should be holdable.
Yeah. Because the black rook will control the pawn.
Yeah, he's threatening rook takes pawn check, and if he doesn't do that, then rook h4 will come.
Yeah.
Unless
But
unless he's winning straight off.
I think a game has finished, Nigel.
Right. Okay.
I hear a familiar voice. It's Hikaru Nakamura, and he's there with Sergei Karyakin.
Yeah.
So they
now
agreed to a draw. Not a
well, that's interesting because the final position, I confidently predict that. Look at that, Nakamura, Karyakin. That.
Yes,
you're very welcome.
They're getting impatient, so we
come over.
Very briefly go off air, and then we'll listen to Hikaru Nakamura and Sergei Karyakin.
Yeah.
So don't go away.
We have with us Sergei Karyakin and the tournament leader, or should I say joint tournament leader, Hikaru Nakamura. Tough game. The nice thing actually about this final position, I believe that any single one of our viewers now could draw this against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, that's fair to say. Yeah.
With any colour.
Yeah.
So that is about as drawn as it gets. Very good. So Hikaru, it looked like you were pressing a little bit.
Well, not really. I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but here black should play 95.
Yeah, 95 is slightly more precise.
Of course.
Okay, but I mean, still, it's nothing special. I mean, takes. I have to do this. Yeah, I didn't see anything.
Maybe here I thought maybe King D2.
King D2.
I don't have this square.
But B6.
Yeah, and then Bishop F4.
Yeah, and like Rook D8. Knight D5. And Bishop D2 or something.
Yeah.
Bishop D2.
Bishop D2.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, I can start with Knight D5 and then Rook D8, but still maybe.
I don't know, but now Bishop B7. Bishop B7.
That's different. That's a different story.
Maybe not so clear. I'm happy that I found this idea with Bishop D5 because. No,
I thought E4 was maybe a bit
better. E4, Bishop B5. That's the whole problem, actually. This is always the trick. This is the trick.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
this is still a little bit better for you.
No, I mean, not really.
No, here actually I expected E4.
But Bishop takes A2?
It's not so clear.
Bishop B3?
Rook A3.
Yeah, Bishop C2.
Then you just play Bishop C3, and the king is coming to D2.
But A6?
King A3.
Rook D8?
Yeah, what it's... I don't know. Bishop A5?
And Rook C8, King D2.
Yes.
I don't know. Okay, Rook C8?
Yeah, King D2.
Bishop B1?
Okay.
Rook D8?
Bishop D1, maybe?
No, Bishop D1, Rook... wait, Bishop D1?
Oh, no. Bishop D1.
But what's the threat? To go Rook A1?
Rook A1.
Okay.
Brilliant move by Nigel.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually,
you can come back. You can come back.
Actually, this is quite good.
Actually, I spent a lot of time, but I was also considering B6, and here you should probably take and to play this position, like maybe Bishop D3 or something.
Looks a bit unpleasant, doesn't it?
But why? I mean, there are no open files.
It's actually
pawns everywhere.
Yeah, but e5, rook c5, and king coming.
Probably e5. Yeah. No, I mean, if I can somehow get the right setup, I think there are chances. But realistically, it's a bit hard to see here.
Yeah, okay.
It surprised me, guys. Your understanding is on a higher level. So, okay, if you can exchange rooks in that position, it's more or less completely lost. With the pawn on a5.
No, because the pawns are all on dark squares.
No, but black will play 98, 96.
No, this should be an easy draw, I think.
Oh well, okay. Okay.
Yeah, just h6 and put the knight on d6.
Okay, king to a4. That's basically.
Okay, well, black king also goes too. Yeah. Your king is not that much closer.
Bobby used to win positions like this with some tiny advantages.
But all the pawns are on dark squares. I mean, it's realistically.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, because here at least I managed to play e5, and it was very important. And here, okay,
this endgame should just be.
Can I ask you, Hikaru? Should you have been in such a hurry to exchange the rooks here?
Well, I didn't want to, but what else do I do? That was kind of the problem.
You evict with king e1, I guess.
Okay, king e. Yeah, but I'm still gonna do it anyway. Like if he just waits with knight d7. I mean, kind of what's my idea? Yeah, king d1, rook c8.
And you think that?
I mean, now just f6, king f7. I mean,
okay, so I put the bishop on. Okay, so I play bishop d2.
Okay, f6.
And you're solid.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, probably a6 here.
Yeah,
probably a6.
I mean, it's just too solid.
Yeah, perhaps.
I mean, I'm gonna have to exchange. Is kind of the point. If I don't exchange, I don't get anything.
King d2, rook d1. I don't know.
I just go rook c, king f7, rook c6.
I just thought it was maybe you keep more tension in the game. Yeah, maybe you're right.
I mean, I think I'm gonna have to exchange the rooks at some point, basically.
Yeah, could be. So.
I mean, yeah, I can kind of sit it, but what can I do here really? King d2, king f7, rook d1.
I don't know. You mate on the king side. You play king d2, and then you try.
Mate. Okay. That's mating. Okay, that's interesting.
You leave the you go king d2.
Okay, and then king f7.
And then you play h4 and so on. So.
Yeah, but I mean, what am I? Okay, h4. Okay, let's play.
You play your attack on the king side.
Like, I don't know. I mean, even here, knight b8 maybe? Maybe I'll just try and play the same setup. Knight b8?
Yeah, that's probably true, because the knight can come to d4 here, the knight c6. All right, I give up.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not saying I can't play like this, but it's just like I felt that rooks were going to come off at some point. So why waste extra time? Just go straight into the end game. Yeah.
Get ready for the next round. Yeah. So this was it. And when you went somewhere around here.
I mean, I had one other setup too that I could go for, but I didn't think it was anything special. It was somewhere. Yeah, like around here, I could have also played I also can play g4, but I don't think it's anything special.
It looks a bit ugly, doesn't it?
Well, I think black's in time to get the knight to e6, kind of. Because I want h6, h5. I mean, this is the other try I can get, but I think black's probably in time. I don't know. What were you going to play here, actually? Were you going to play like h6 or not? That's what I wasn't sure.
I don't know what to play h6.
Okay, but what's your move, I guess, is the question. Because king d7, I'll go bishop f8, g6, g5. That's
that's what I didn't want to get. Yeah. Okay, if I just make some move.
Knight d4, probably d3, I guess. Yeah, and now, like, just kind of wait. And you can just keep out. If I play like bishop b5 here, kind of like the game, just to wait.
Okay, I can put
a6,
the pop on
bishop e2, knight d4, bishop d3. Knight c6, bishop c5 maybe? Something like this maybe I can try. But...
Okay, king.
You can just wait like this. Yeah. If you can just wait like this, then yeah, there's nothing. It's just it's too solid.
Difficult. If there is anything here, it's certainly very difficult to.
Okay,
no, I mean I need my king on c3.
Yeah, white can bring actually the king to c3.
And then b4 and a4 and b4. That's
this. But you know, the funny thing is, even if I get b5, black can put the knight then on d7, and and then my king's cut the other way.
Yes.
So like even this looks unpleasant, but I mean even if black just kind of waits, I'm not so sure I can do anything. I mean even if I get the max, which is something like this, I mean even this it's
okay. And the point is, as you say,
takes.
Probably you should take the bishop.
Yeah, of course you should take with the bishop, but bishop takes bishop d7. I mean, some kind of... It's just like... Yeah, a5, knight b8, I guess. Yeah, now I'm going to put the knight the other way, probably. Yeah. King e8. I mean, this is getting the max, of course. You shouldn't get this much, but even like this, I'm not convinced that there's anything here.
Yeah.
Just,
but this would be better squeezing.
Yeah, if you can get this, but still, I don't think it's anything. It should still be a draw.
Okay.
It's all just holding.
Tough fight, so who are your remaining opponents?
I think I play Vichy, Wesley, and Fabiano because I haven't played either of them. Yeah.
Right.
I think that order, but I don't know. Something like that.
Something like that, yeah. Okay. And Vichy looks like, has he won his game?
He was surely winning. Yeah.
He was winning.
Yes, it's finished. The game is already over. It was completely crushing. So
was it completely crushing, or Fabiano just blundered in time pressure? I couldn't tell.
I think it's at some point round here it was starting to be
around here once you get to
starting to be very unpleasant, so maybe you're up against a guy on the rise,
everyone's strong. I mean, come on, Vichy loses 2 games and suddenly you should retire, right? I mean,
no,
I'm being sarcastic, of course. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I mean, everyone can play badly, in a game or two. Like, I mean, it's not the end of the world. So, I'm not surprised to see Vichy winning today. Looks like a good game.
Yeah. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay. Very brief break. We've been joined by Vichy Anand, who's just won his game with black against Fabiano Caruana. Vichy, you must be delighted with today's game because it's not been the easiest tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, I'll take it. It's clear. it's well, just a very nice result for me, for sure.
Yeah, and tell us about the game. When did you start to get confident?
Well, roundabout here, my pieces were very clumsy. Structurally, the patterns which are going to come about later are already being seen.
Yes.
But my pieces are very clumsy here, and I still wasn't sure if he could play bishop a3 and b5. Everything is doing well. Perhaps he should just even do it. If he does it here, I think it's a bit premature because I'll have some
b5.
knight c3 maybe.
I thought you could even take and play bishop g4. I wasn't sure I wanted to allow the
yeah. So he needs h3, rook e6.
No, here b5.
Maybe b5 you should just get it over with. So we were discussing whether black should have played a6.
Can I ask, sorry to interrupt, Fabiano, I wanted to ask you a question. In the opening, at this point, did you consider b3 here a lot?
Yeah.
This was one of the...
No, I was trying to decide whether to play b3. I think black will play e4, knight d2, and d5 anyway, and then I'll probably play a4 and knight f8.
And then I'm threatening bishop g4. So,
I
mean, b3 is safer structurally, but he's not getting his. Well, then I go knight g6. To be fair, I had it. Yeah, I mean, he could do this and keeps the bishop alive, but I guess I'll play h5.
Or knight h4 is that? Or
then g3.
G3. Yeah,
I'll play h5 and. I mean, he'll need b4, b5 later anyway. So, if he wants to break through.
Yeah, you can also play a5. I don't know if you want to, but I mean, it's a different type of position.
Okay.
I didn't.
Okay, it's just a question.
It's possible, but it's so long term. It's hard to say which is better. By the way, I had looked at both moves, and dc4, knight c4, knight b6 was my plan. But the only thing is, I had it after castles, dc4, knight c4, knight b6.
Aha, so that's why you were trying to mate immediately.
No, but actually, roundabout here, my pieces are very clumsy because b5, bishop a3, knight c4, knight e5, all these ideas are working. And then I realized that my knight needs to go to e8.
Yeah.
To be honest, he did this. I went.
I'm wondering, am I better after b5? Because I don't see a clear move for you. I mean, it can't be so bad for either side, but
can I?
Yeah, pawn takes.
Can I go bishop d7?
I'll say bishop a3.
b6.
Rook c1.
Yeah, queen d8. I mean, I thought knight b3 is a victory, and if you go knight c4, well, I've got the pawn now. I don't know. I doubt knight c6 works.
Is it so easy to regain the pawn after knight c6? I mean, to gain the pawn.
Possibly, I can even go queen e8 and get it.
Yeah, maybe.
Unless you're going to be very clever, and queen e8 and maybe even a6 is coming. So
no, my activity doesn't really amount to anything here.
No, it's a thing that for white he's actually threatening this now, and then I'm in time with a6. I thought, in fact, he could go bishop b2. And then it's the counterplay is faster. But, well, I probably shouldn't call it counterplay, but, no, then here takes everything and rook b6 is unpleasant.
Yeah, I didn't...
Yeah, it was never a clear moment. I mean, bishop a3, a6, knight b3, knight e8.
Knight b3 is probably a serious mistake. Maybe I should try to...
Rook c1 now. No.
Yeah,
but the problem is you're not threatening b5 anymore because of this a line.
No, that's true, but maybe I can try to get knight c4 and just to stop your knight e8. Or neutralize it in some way.
Yeah, this is nice because he'll go to e5, provoke f6 and then come back, but I'm messed up. Since my rook can no longer shuttle around the 6th.
Yeah.
Perhaps this was... but to be honest, it was...
What's your evaluation? Fabiano, what do you think?
I'm already not very happy with my position.
You weren't very happy, yeah.
I mean... Well, no, I mean, I didn't realize how seriously bad it was for me after knight b3, knight e8, and after that I started to realize that I just have no counterplay, play.
Yeah.
And I just kind of underestimated that I really thought that I was forcing the rook to go to e7, and then I don't think that black is better with the rook on e7.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe I should do this. At least I have some space for my pieces, I can. I mean, it's probably very dangerous for me, but.
But I was not worried here anymore. Clearly, I think I'm playing for the edge here.
Yeah. No, it's for sure. I'm already worse.
But the thing is, it took me a bit. I was maybe a bit groggy still because he went G3, I went knight D6, he went A5, and I even made a couple of moves before it hit me that I'm just almost winning. So it just went. I think he's right that maybe it's very hard for black to generate. I mean, I'll go rook G6, try to play bishop F5, and bring my pieces out.
I was very scared.
But you can still castle, right?
Yeah, can I castle? Because knight D6, I'll take and play bishop F1, right?
So
shall I go
I go bishop F5, yeah. Bishop. No, but this is not good after rook
I don't know if rook H2 is too sophisticated. Rook G6. It's going to be unpleasant
Can
anyway
I-
for white
can I
because there's a
ask-
knight coming to C4 maybe. And
A5 instead of bishop F5.
Take.
Is that good?
I think once the queen side opens,
Rook takes
have
A5.
at least some counterplay.
Well, B5 is coming.
Yeah, but even like.
I mean, this is the most uncoordinated attack I've ever seen.
attacking all sides.
But
Like
white
this,
has a lot of structural weaknesses, and eventually it'll come together something. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. A5 is.
It's probably bad for white.
Yeah.
I just don't know what to do after 98. Maybe I really have to play b5 after 98, even though it looked so dangerous.
Yeah.
Knight b3, 98, b5. I think you take twice, right?
Yeah.
I guess bishop takes, or maybe you include rook g6 after b5, like take rook g6.
No, actually, this is almost winning, isn't it? Because I'm getting material.
Ah, that one.
If you go rook c1, I go queen in d8, and you can't defend both bishops. I think this is actually not working, so you'll have to.
Yeah, in that case,
give me the pawn.
I thought it was bad for other reasons, but maybe that's even worse. Yeah, if I give you the pawn, I don't really see what I have in my position.
Yeah, well, maybe you have to castle now that I'm not in a position to really
Rook
do an
G6.
attack. Or anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Rook fc1.
Queen d8.
In fact, I'm well positioned to attack.
It's usually mate very quickly, isn't it? Once this
Yeah,
this
and
rook
on top of
comes-
that, I even have a second rook on rook a6 options. Yeah, so it's not really working, sure.
Nah.
Well, that's okay. I think, in fact, it's maybe white is still okay with some very accurate move, which I can't see, but it's very hard practically. And I think we both kind of stumbled on that.
Yeah.
That it's very hard practically.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I should. I was thinking about just castling long immediately. I mean, and not playing a5. At least.
Yeah, that's.
At least I don't kill my bishop.
Yeah.
But I thought my bishop is dead anyway. I'm never going to play b5. And even if you play b5 at some point, then you'll get knight c4 and some attack.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, those are the parameters around which I was thinking.
It looks massively unpleasant.
Yeah, it looks like suffering. So possibly a misjudgment in the opening, or a sort of misassessment of the position. And then
I mean, I played b4. I realized how risky it was, but I saw this position and I thought I would get b5 in and bishop a3, and I thought my play would come. And it looked. I didn't see a way for black to cleanly develop, and because b7 is hanging. And maybe I just misjudged it, but I would be surprised if it's really so bad for white. I mean, it doesn't look like the worst position I've ever seen. But then in a few moves, I was basically in a hopeless situation.
Perhaps I don't need queen c7. Given what I ended up doing, I can play rook e6 and try to play knight e8, and even the queen is better on d8.
I'll play b5 anyway. So.
Yeah, but now I take, and same old idea, right? I can go for this knight e8 maybe.
You wanted to play bishop d7. Maybe knight e8 is not.
Yeah, I did want to play bishop d7, but I don't know how to get it in this version.
Also, queen c7 forced me to play h3. I do sort of. I mean, maybe h3 is a weakness.
Why do you need? Oh, because of bishop g4. Yeah, sure.
Like, maybe I should have not been so worried.
But is
about
that
bishop
such a
g4.
catastrophe? I mean, if you take h3, unless I'm sacking something on e3 or something.
I mean, after queen c7,
so
b5.
let's say you go here.
Bishop a3. But okay, if you play a6, and maybe you just do the same thing. Maybe it's always a good move.
Yeah. Well, queen c7 is more natural than this move, but since I ended up doing this anyway, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then it just after that it's just really hopeless with these knights.
Can we just move on? a little bit because we were actually focusing a bit on the. If you can just run through the latter stages when of the.
I mean,
the game
White can basically
quickly.
can't move here, and the problem for White is that structurally he's got these two weaknesses, and I mean.
So there is this huge pressure down the F file, and your bishop is
dead.
Yeah,
in fact, here I even wanted to try and force matters when he went Queen D2 with Knight F4.
I would have taken the chance to play. I would have taken the chance to play D5.
Yeah, no, exactly. But I think then I realized this is ridiculous to allow this.
Yes.
With a knight sitting here, so Rook G6. Because the other way I get Knight to D3 and maybe things open up and he gets mated. Yeah. But I realized that this position's almost winning. Sorry, I don't have to overwrite it. Because if he goes Rook G2, I have Bishop H3 and cleaning up.
Right.
And temporarily the queen is paralyzed. Okay. I mean, if his bishop were on D2 and he could, then his queen can move. But right now it's watching C3 as well.
So Rook G2, Bishop H3, Rook takes G6.
Rook takes F2, Rook takes D6, Rook takes E2 and resigns.
Ah, right, okay. And there's a little fork.
No, if I had Bishop B2 here, I could play Queen D1 and
that's a nice
try to.
I mean, ditch this B4 pawn and go for.
Nice,
I wouldn't care if I could
nice
get the chance to play
variation.
D5.
This is the variation which Vishy has just explained to us, and now a nice fork trick that after Queen takes Rook here, and we have an elegant fork.
I mean, after HG6, is there any way for me to put up some resistance on move 33?
Move 33.
Yeah, but on top of that, at this point, he was down to maybe a minute and a half.
Yeah.
And that's no fun either, because you can easily...
I'm certainly looking like very serious suffering at this point, so yeah.
Yeah, I should probably play Bishop B2 and allow the trade of bishops.
Yes, but then C4 is weak. And
yeah, I mean, it is pretty awful.
I mean, something like this, he's just paralyzed. It's true that at this moment I don't see how to break through, but inevitably it's going to be there.
Queen F3 and then...
Or Queen H5 and G5 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can still play Bishop F3. Yeah. But of course, this was better than... this helps me because, in fact, it frees my pawns.
Yes.
And there's a rook. My original idea was not with Queen F8, but to get it with just Rook H5 and Rook H1. But then I realized that he has switched rooks. Anyway, but this is totally...
Yeah, it's rather bad.
I could play Knight F5, Rook F2, G3, and Rook G1, G3 as well. So it's kind of... there's no need to...
Yeah.
I mean, Knight F5, Rook F3, I think that I suddenly get counterplay.
So
this would be a dream.
No, but then Knight Rook F3, E F3.
E4?
G3.
Okay, I'll take it. I don't care.
So let's just quickly go through.
I mean, EF, G2, FGs, maybe... At least you have to start to calculate stuff.
That is true.
Which isn't necessary in the game.
Necessary at all, yeah.
These are the final moves of the game, and now there is this penetration here with the bishop coming to C4 and Queen D1. It's a mating attack basically. That's yeah. All right. So congratulations. Bad luck, Fabiano. Thanks for giving us that explanation, and we'll take a brief break.
There are a million reasons to walk through our door. Important or not, here are some more. Is it the smile that greets you, or the view outside? The 24-hour room service, we let you decide. Do you need to escape? Simply get away. To work when it's night and sleep when it's day. Relax unwind with the people you love. Maybe that's your reason and none of the above. To visit something old or discover something new, our local knowledge will show you what to do. Passion is a word we choose to live by. Passion in our service, food, and even our goodbye. We have passion in everything we do, and whatever your reason, we'll take care of you. Clarion living, not just staying.
Inspired by the city of Ålesund, the Scandinavian Art Nouveau capital on the west coast of Norway, the Fondorn timepiece, an elegant, high-quality watch with clean lines and Art Nouveau-inspired dial, protected by a beautiful sapphire crystal. The slim, surgical steel case contains a premium Swiss movement. It's water-resistant up to 5 ATM. Elegant yet strong. The Fondorn timepiece comes in 4 different color options and is delivered to you in a beautiful wooden box.
Welcome back to round 6 of Altibox Norway chess. There's still one game going. Anish Giri is trying to achieve something against Wesley So. He had a very nice position. It's questionable if
sorry,
that's also questionable. Well, whether he can still win this. Yeah, to be honest, it doesn't exactly look that way, but he will try for some time. So that's the one game that is left.
Can I just give just a simple drawing method? I think White's only plan is really to attack the H pawn, but I think it's not going to be good enough. Rook C1 can be played.
Yeah.
Rook A5, and he can simply check and put the rook on G1, and White cannot go in to F6 because always there is a check behind, so there's no way to make progress as far as I can see. No way at all. So you can put the king on D6 with a threat of mate, but
that was the end of the threat.
Yeah, not too difficult to stop something like that. So
yeah, so disappointing for Anish Giri, who
no, he's normally very, very precise, isn't he?
Yes,
he's excellent technique, but I think he's allowed it to slip.
Well, and of course here, I mean, while you were looking at the games with the players, I was talking to some people. Obviously, everyone is puzzled by Magnus Carlsen's results so far, his play. And in the Norwegian studio, he himself also said what he has been saying for a couple of days now, that yes, he's feeling fine, he comes to the game and he doesn't think there's anything wrong. But then he starts playing, and at some point there's just no ideas, and he feels there's nothing, well, creative coming, feels a bit empty, and he has no explanation for that, and I can only hope for it to go away. But then there's only 3 rounds to go, and in those 3 rounds, his pairings aren't that easy.
Magnus has seemed really, totally uninspired from what I've seen. Sometimes you're creating things, it doesn't quite work. That happens, but he just has been off.
But he's also surprised himself. Because he was in a good mood when he came to the game today. He went into the confession booth, and after the opening, where we were talking about D4, Bishop F4, and in fact he told the audience at home here in Norway that he didn't bring his glasses. In fact, he wanted to play the Italian game, and he and he failed miserably. So he definitely was in a good mood, because otherwise you don't come up with that kind of funny stories. But then afterwards, he just wasn't inspired, and ended up with a position that that didn't bring him anything.
I'm going to interrupt and ask our technician Jose to put up a photo of myself from the past. It appears at Norway Chess, also sent to me to Nigel Short Chess. There's a photo by Lars Gran.
And who is it? Is that the drummer of Genesis, or the?
It's actually your Anyway, let's while Jose is trying to there we have it. Yes. Can we put that up? Yeah, we had some comments about my there was some comments about my yellow hair. I claimed, did I not, that I once had long hair, and this is the proof of it. The proof of my long hair. So didn't last long. So that was when I was 16 years old.
Do you remember what you were thinking there?
During that game?
Yeah,
I don't know where it's from actually. Which tournament is that?
Well, it was taken by Lars Gran, so probably a Scandinavian tournament, although Lars, he also traveled around, of course.
I remember the only tournaments that I remember having hair like that, I played in Hamburg. Well, that's not very far away.
Yeah, that's possible.
So it could be from Hamburg. I don't know. I can't see the opponent there. Not very clear.
So yeah, well, let's pick just some random question. This is from Amit Batrai from Delhi in India.
Right.
Many people, I must say, many people from India are following the broadcast.
Keep watching.
If we wondered about a chess boom in India, we no longer wonder because lots of reactions from there. And Amit, he asks, chess is a very old game which is widely played around the globe. Still, chess players are not as much popular as football players or cricket players. What do you think could be the reason? Well, it's probably because
chess players are not as much popular as football or cricket players. It's because they earn less, and having loads of money makes you attractive, apparently.
That is true. Even if it doesn't matter what sport you play. If you make an awful lot of money, then and obviously there are way more people who play football or cricket. I don't know.
Cricket, cricket is a huge game.
Cricket is limited to a certain number of countries, but there it is immensely popular.
Yes, that's correct. So easily the #1 sport in India.
Yeah. So he has more questions. So do you watch Game of Thrones? Well, I don't know. Let me see. That is. There was. Where is it? There was a question about Capablanca that he played.
Capablanca.
Yeah, that he played very simple chess.
Yeah.
And then if it was so simple, why did he win?
Because it was simple and good. I think is the answer to that.
He was pretty good. Let me see. These are all quiz questions.
Simply the best.
Yeah, this is a question from Matthias Evering, it's in Germany. In the age of fast chess databases and computer-assisted game analysis, to what extent do you believe older players such as Kramnik or Fischer are able to derive an advantage from their greater experience on the actual board? Well, maybe if they end up in positions that they have had many years ago, then that may be any sort of experience can be helpful.
I think there are advantages, and there are not many players like this. The players who span the pre-computer era and the computer era. Vichy does this very well. He's gone very.
Yeah, but he was one of the pioneers.
Young. Yeah, he was very young. Yeah. I mean, he's extremely adept at.
Maybe he missed a couple of years, but in fact he grew up with computers.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, yeah.
Actually, for a long time,
even a few years makes a very big difference. That's absolutely.
Because he was so eager to try out new things with the computers that I think whenever there was a new chess-based version, they first gave it to Vichy to see if there was anything that he would like to see there, or if there was anything wrong. So that must be a fantastic tester to have. I mean, could you check out if there's anything wrong with the program? So yeah, and by now they know how to handle computers.
Yeah.
They
yeah. Oh, I found the on switch.
The on switch?
Yeah, on my computer. So.
And?
It's always a good start.
Yeah. Oh, this one. Yeah,
oh, we're back to the.
No. There's others. Yeah, this is a question from Austria. If chess is considered a sport with a physical aspect, shouldn't the rating gap between men and women be smaller in rapid and blitz chess, since the physical disadvantage is a non-factor there? Ooh.
What is the... Can you explain to me what the physical advantage is? Yeah, because that's actually the question.
Then it would be about endurance or...
endurance.
Yeah.
I think that's rot. I think that's total rot. I saw Kostyuk, she made some comments along those lines, didn't she?
That it was, yeah.
Endurance, absolute nonsense.
Yeah.
Poppycock. Boulder dash.
Boulder dash.
Yeah. It's hardwiring. That's the difference. It's the brain hardwiring.
Yeah, and we don't know enough about that yet.
Yeah.
Can we get out of this? Yeah, I think...
Let's discuss that.
Yeah. Finally, a question.
I'm so glad we've got so many people from India.
Yep. This is another one from... Yeah. Well, no. This is someone from Armenia.
Armenia.
Aram Shismanian.
Okay.
Sounds pretty Armenian.
Yep.
Yeah, they want to have our opinion about the 9th world champion Tigran Petrosyan, who, not surprisingly, was from Armenia.
He was.
Yeah.
It was actually
Tbilisi.
Tbilisi.
He was born
in Tbilisi.
But he very much was Armenian. And
you can claim him if you want. But he was from Tbilisi. Which actually, at that time, it's interesting because nowadays we rightly, of course, think of Armenia as being a great chess center.
Yeah.
It didn't used to be the case. Georgia was much more significant at that time, and it was Tigran Petrosyan in particular who changed it, started the whole explosion of Armenian chess. So he's almost the father of Armenian chess. So
well, that's how it often goes. Well, we can see it here in Norway. Yeah. If not for Magnus, I mean, we wouldn't be sitting here.
Yeah, yeah.
We had it in the Netherlands with Max Owe. Right. I mean,
yes,
my father wouldn't have had a chess book when I asked him if there hadn't been Max Owe. And of course, this was incredibly important for Armenia, where he still is seen as a demigod.
Yeah, well, I'd even do without the demi. Yeah, just a god.
Just a god.
So my opinion of him. Well, I have two views on him. I am, despite my very advanced age, he's not my. It was not my generation, and I played Tigran Petrosyan just once in a simultaneous exhibition, and I have to say he behaved really badly. Miserably, utterly miserably. And
I'm not sure this is the but there will be a second part.
I'll tell you honestly how it was, because you can, I think you can even find the game on the database. It was a Queen's Indian. I got completely outplayed, and then there was he missed some tactic at the end. I won the game. I'm 13 years old, and the guy just comes up. He doesn't you know, shake hands or anything like that. He just shoves the pieces into the middle of the board and storms off. And I thought, you pig, you know, that's just really disgusting behaviour.
Not very gracious.
Not very gracious at all. So that is actually my only recollection of him. That's the only time I played him and met him. Was in a sim in London. There are photographs that exist of that. And it wasn't just me, by the way. That was how he was. I think it was not the easiest simmel for him, but in general he was incredibly grumpy.
Didn't he also lose to Julian Hodgson? Or wasn't Julian sitting next to you?
That was another simmel. That was maybe
a bit later.
With Spassky. You're confusing that with Spassky. I've also been sitting next to Julian in a similar with Victor Korchnoi. But
I think it was that one.
Yeah. I think I was next to Andrew Martin in the symbol with Petrus. Yeah, but I am definitely a great admirer of his chess, and he's someone who I've warmed to later. I think I have a greater appreciation of the subtlety of his game. So, you know, he was not one of my early heroes. He was a bit too dull for me. But you know, as I've matured as a player, I've actually seen many more games of his, and he was quite brilliant, strategically and of course tactically. Spassky always said he was primarily a tactician, and sometimes Spassky said things as jokes. He was not joking here.
Which also showed in his blitz games, because he was very
because you don't play good blitz chess unless you're very, very strong tactically.
Yeah, but it's interesting that you have this, let's say, also this critical story about him, because it's what we sometimes tend to forget when we have all these heroes of yesteryear, that they also had their bad moments, and maybe some of them just weren't great or very pleasant people.
Some people are just...
It happens.
Yeah.
I mean,
just grumpy kids, you know. That's.
I mean, there's many stories about Reshevsky, how unpleasant he could be.
Yeah.
So, but then...
No, these guys I first came across, of course, in books, and you would see the games. You look at these guys, the games from the books.
Yeah.
Petrosyan had a mature style of chess, which was maybe not immediately appealing to me, but I've definitely appreciated his games later on, much more so.
Well, otherwise he wouldn't have been world champion.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been world champion.
Yeah. He didn't win too many tournaments.
No, he didn't. No. He didn't. He was primus inter pares, which you will translate
in
into Swahili. First among equals. That's what he was.
Yeah, so Martin Murk from Hanover and another...
But didn't we have him before? Or not?
Yeah,
we like it. We like it. There are people still.
So he said, wouldn't you agree that today's wins were perfect pieces of art? Well, Martin, come on. This is... perfect pieces of art, I'm not sure.
No.
That's... although... Well, first you would have to define what a perfect piece of art is, and that would take us some time. There's your photo against...
No, but that's another... That's not a symbol, that's from London.
So Anish Giri and Wesley So, they've reached move 43, and...
yeah, it's looking like a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking like a draw. Just shuffling around.
Yeah, and I think at some point the moment comes where the arbiter wouldn't mind if one of them offers a draw. But let's see. It's not what normally happens. Maybe Geary will try some other ways to.
Also, there's no point in offering a draw. I mean, he can always play Rook A8 and just they can have a repetition when he starts attacking the G pawn. So there's he can force a draw at any time.
Yeah. But probably he still wants to give it a try, although it's hard to see what that will be. Yeah, and this is what happened. John Upper wondered.
Oh, yes. From Canada.
You know John Upper?
Yep, I do.
So he was wondering if Aronian goes over 2000 again today, and this is what happened. Yes.
Good.
Well, someone took your question about how many players can tie their tie. Seriously.
God, read out the answer. Read out the answer.
Sven Kjenner.
Yeah, how many players can tie a tie?
And he says, I'm not sure, but they can all play for a tie.
Yeah, I think that was a pun.
That was a pun.
Yeah.
So, this is a very good question from Ayush Surana. Are chess players really rich? Then it depends
on the definition of rich, does it not?
Yeah, and for how many that applies.
Yeah. So if you can give us a definition of rich, I think the answer is no. Yeah. Although some of them have got some money.
Yeah. Good. Some questions coming in. It's Karo Christensen. Caroline
from
Christensen
Denmark.
From Denmark. She says, good day, gentlemen. We have Russian, English, French opening and so on. But why isn't there an American opening? They are and have always been a strong chess nation with a couple of world champions. Yes.
Yeah. Maybe
that's
they're not inventive enough in the openings.
Well, of course, there are openings that were named after them. There is this. Well, we had the Marshall Gambit.
Yeah.
I think
the Pillsbury attack.
Pillsbury attack. I think there's a Fischer variation of something.
Is there?
Yeah, King's Indian. King's Gambit. Isn't there the?
I don't know.
The D6. Isn't that Fischer's?
The Fischer bust.
The Fischer bust to the. King's Gambit. Well, your wife Steinitz, if we can't count him as American, he's got his
no, Steinitz was not American. He was Czech.
Well, he lived in America and he edited a magazine.
He was from Prague, wasn't he?
He was.
He was from Prague.
But
have you seen his plaque on the house in Prague? Have you seen that?
No, I have not seen that.
I've come across that.
Okay. Well, let's say the magazine that he published was in English. Very fine magazine.
He came to England and he never felt at home. That's because the Brits are a bit snobby on foreigners.
Yeah, so
I think that's it.
That's why he left.
There were some.
Yeah.
Brexiteers there who
but
didn't welcome him.
But it's not. Maybe it is strange, right? Well, I don't think there would be an American opening, but rather called. I mean, you could imagine a new. Well, we have the Cambridge Springs.
Yeah, it was a very good writer actually, Wilhelm Steinitz, in English. Which I don't know when he learnt his English. It probably wasn't particularly young either.
Yeah.
But his stuff in the International Chess magazine.
Yeah, it's great stuff.
It's a great read.
Great magazine.
He's so rude. I love it when people are rude in writing, as long as it's not directed towards me. But
you mean he was rude and eloquent?
Rude and eloquent, yes, that's right.
Yeah. And I continue to like the preface that he wrote to his book on the Sixth American Congress, which is an absolutely beautiful book, and he worked on it for a long time, and it was published in a limited edition of 500 copies. And
you have one, an original.
Yes, yes.
You do.
And
one of those 500.
And then at some point, I mean, this book is ready, and he publishes it, but he still has to write a preface, and he says, yeah, I can understand if the reader is a bit disappointed by the level of this book, because I'm disappointed too. He thought he should have made something much better, and it's a beautiful book. But
so he's not from the Ray Keane school of authorship, is that right?
No, he was critical of him.
Sorry, Ray. Sorry, Ray, if you're listening to this. Sorry.
Yeah. So Dylan Chow from Israel is wondering what our favorite chess books were when we were young. So what was your favorite chess book when you were young?
My favorite chess book? That's actually a good question.
You always have the feeling that, let's say, the more books you have,
I think I had not many books, to be quite honest. I had this book of collected games of Anatoly Karpov, which is well read. It's by O'Connell and Levy, isn't it?
Yeah, by Batsford, yeah.
Was it Batsford? I don't think it was Batsford. No, it was somebody else who published that.
That is photo, yellowish photo.
Yellowish. I don't think it was Batsford. No. It was another one, wasn't it? Or was it Batsford? I don't recall.
Well,
anyway,
I know which book you're talking about.
That's the one. Yeah.
Lots of games by Anatoly Karpov.
Yeah, that's it. And they're collected, and a few comments on these things in English descriptive notation, as it should be.
Yeah, then it's much easier to play through the games without a board.
Yeah.
Makes it much easier. I liked Rubinstein. Well, it's a book by Kmocher and Rubinstein, which is called Rubinstein gewinnt.
Yeah, yes.
I like that
gewinnt.
And there was a book by Gollenbeck on Capablanca's best games. I like that a lot too.
Yeah. That's the one with all the with the incomplete tables at the back, isn't it?
Yeah, could very well be.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably the
Gollywog was great.
And of course, it's a pity that these days there's no market anymore for real tournament books.
For real books, yeah.
I was very fond of Carlsbad 1929, Nimzowicz's biggest achievement.
Yeah,
that was great. But yep.
There was an Olms reprint of that. I have the Olms reprint.
Yeah.
Carlsbad 1929.
Yeah, in German, right?
Natürlich.
Rook A8, there he goes.
Yeah.
So you think he's going in?
Yeah.
Okay, check immediately. Wesley knows what he was planning to do.
Yeah, and I think he's just going to disturb him round the back with Rook C1.
And then it's hard to imagine.
Yeah, because, okay, let's look at this directly. Rook C1. Rook, he's done it.
Yep.
Rook H8, check. And he doesn't really have a good square. He can play something like this. And if King F3, you can't hang on to that pawn. That's the problem. Takes and here. And
And you can just try to win this.
Yeah, it's a bit.
Just make your moves, and you'll realize it's not going to happen.
Well, you have an idea. You play here. You play as follows. You play. Yeah, it just isn't going to happen.
No.
Basically.
Well, this is an interesting question. I mean, now that we're wondering if Magnus is in some sort of a crisis. And it's a question from... Oh, that's a good question from who it is. It says Tesfaye Gebre Meskel Asfa. Sounds like it may not be a name. And the question is with regard to Kasparov, the comparison Kasparov-Carlsen. He thinks that Magnus is losing ground as Gary Kasparov lost far fewer games than Magnus.
So no, well, what do you mean? Gary Kasparov lost far fewer games than Magnus?
He counts a total game, well, probably in his database. Magnus 2,500 games, and he loses 264. And Kasparov, he finds 2,360 games, of which he lost 108.
Yeah, well, what it means is you probably have far more of Magnus's early games
yes.
on the database, and that's all it is. And I don't think those statistics mean anything at all.
And there must be many blitz games there as well.
There are probably blitz games. There are probably all sorts of things. There could be simul games and God knows what else.
Yeah.
I think at this point in time, if you're looking at, who is the greatest ever, it doesn't really make any sense to talk about Magnus Carlsen because he's sort of just into his career. Who knows where he's going to go? This just may be a slightly disappointing tournament, and he will go on, as he says, to be world champion for the next 15 years.
Yeah. But hasn't he already topped the world rankings longer than Bobby Fischer did?
Who? Kasparov?
Magnus.
Top the.
How long was Fischer?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, these are all academic issues.
Yeah,
and
you're
it's
comparing apples with oranges and pears,
which I love to do. It's great fun to compare oranges and apples.
Yeah,
but I think, I mean, my money is still on Gary Kasparov for the moment.
How about Lasker? 27 years as world champion.
Yeah.
How long has Magnus been world champion? He hasn't been world champion for 27 years, has he?
I think there's a bit more activity in the chess world right now. Sometimes Lasker would go off to play some bridge tournament or write a mathematical book or whatever.
A philosophical
book. Which,
yeah, I'm told his philosophy was rubbish, but his maths
was probably better.
Yeah, a lot better. I think John Nunn spoke about his maths at one point.
Yeah,
not unfavourably.
That's quite something.
Yeah,
especially with the time. That had elapsed. Yeah, and Alex from Romania, he wants to go into the men versus women issue again.
Yep. And what does he say about? Oh, that's it. What is it, Batsford? It is. No, that's later. That's
later.
That's the later one.
But I know the book you.
Yeah. I also have this one. It's a yellow cover. Yeah. This is the second edition, and it actually has my simul game against him there, and I played the Mora Gambit, which
the Moron Gambit?
Well, it more or less is the Moron Gambit if you blunder a pawn like that in the Sicilian. The last time I played the Mora Gambit, and never again.
No?
No.
The kind of mistake that you make once.
Yeah.
So we have a check there.
I have this book down, sorry, we don't have this up on the screen yet. Anatoly Karpov's games as world champion, 1975 to 1977. Oh, there we are.
This is a sequel.
Yeah, that's the sequel.
This is the second part.
That's the second part. And I have this one down at my country house, because I have my duplicates there. So I have a few hundred books as doubles. You have a few hundred as doubles, don't you?
I don't have a country house.
You don't have a country house. Why don't you have a dacha?
A dacha.
Yeah. So when I go down to the village, I read books like that, and I actually get my board and pieces out and play over, because I'd just like to touch the pieces.
Yeah. Nice. With your duplicates.
Yeah.
Yep, why not?
So I learned something. He started playing the English opening around that time. Did you know that?
He started playing very well around that time.
Yeah, he was good. Good player. Good player.
He's definitely well. Many people don't underestimate him, but I think he's.
A lot of people underestimate him because Gary beat him. But, I mean, people forget he was spotting Gary how many years when he played it. And Gary only ended up narrowly ahead out of a colossal number of games.
That's true.
So you know, he was really something special.
Yes, I think Anatoly Karpov is one of the greatest champions. He must be in the top 5.
Yeah.
That's
behind Lasker.
Lasker. He was. Wasn't he? He was on Fischer's list, wasn't he?
Or wasn't on Fischer's list, was it?
No, I think.
He wasn't on Fischer's list.
So Staunton was there and Lasker was not there.
Yes, Staunton was there. Yeah, as I recall.
Yeah.
Oh, he's found an idea. It's not going to work, but
it's an idea. So what is the idea that he's...
Well, his idea was he wanted to play e6. And
then...
And then what? Yeah.
And takes in king e5 and...
Yeah, well, takes and rook a7.
Oh, first, yeah.
But doesn't work. Yeah, you can just take on g5 or check and take.
Yeah,
he's now gone in. None of this is going to work.
But he's not running any risk.
No chance.
No.
Great.
So let's assume, Nigel, that
it's a draw.
That this is a draw.
Yeah. And what will that mean?
Then that means that Levin Aronian joins Hikaru Nakamura in the lead.
Yes. And that opens up a gap, doesn't it? Of a point, does it not?
This is 4. Who's going? He's not going there. He's not going. It's a point. Yep.
Yeah. So we'll have after this Nakamura and Aronian a point in front of the others. We're great pile on 50%.
Yes.
Magnus Carlsen on -1. Maxime Vacher-Legrand on -1.
Fishy Anand.
He goes to -1. So there's somebody else on -1. Is that right? Or
no, Fishy Anand. Oh yeah. No, he goes to 2.5. Yeah, he goes to -1. Oh, yeah, he joins them. Yeah, of course.
So we've got 3 players on -1, and who else is on -1? Who
no
lost
one,
today?
No one. Caruana. He's also.
Caruana.
Yep, he's also.
Caruana lost.
Yep. So we'll have 4 players on -1, and 2 on +2, and the rest on 50%.
Yeah.
Yep. So a good day for.
So Caruana's actually gone from 4th to 10th today.
In one day.
In a day, which
yep.
shows how tight the tournament is.
Okay, so we're seeing a plan executed. He's taken on G5. Well, then we assume that he's going to H8, or he's going to check and.
Or is he going to play King D5 like a man?
Aha. And then you want to mate him, or?
Well, I think he's got Rook H5 anyway, but that could be the sort of practical, tricky try. You know, you play King D5. Okay, I play E4. I'm going to swindle you here.
Okay, very good.
No, he's not going to.
He's checking.
Okay, this is going to be, I don't know what they're doing.
They might repeat.
They're making a draw.
Or are they just collecting moves?
No, because he can't repeat.
No.
Unless he wants E6, but it's just dead.
Yep. And now he goes to D5. And he goes to H5.
King F8. Now it's time for E4. Oh, it's a draw. Everything's a draw.
I mean, as soon as you take on H6...
E6, you can't play E6 anyway.
So probably he better take the draw now, right? I mean, why?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like...
double us.
Anish Giri is taking the draw. The arbiter is walking over to their board. No one's going to argue with this draw offer if it was one.
Yep.
And round 6 of Altibox Norway chess has
concluded.
Yep. With a draw. Anish Giri, who must be disappointed, he had a very promising position.
Yeah.
But failed to make the most of it.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is a free day, in case you're wondering.
Yeah. So we're not going to the farm again tomorrow?
No, tomorrow everyone is can do whatever you want.
Oh, right. Okay.
So maybe some of them will go to the farm and get some inspiration.
Yeah.
But most likely they'll be hanging around here and playing Avalon. I don't know.
Avalon.
I know that Wesley he's going to see some fjords because he hasn't seen fjords so far in his life, and then it's a good moment if you're here.
Yep. I went up Pulpit Rock.
I know.
Last time I was here.
I know.
No, that was the last time I did physical exercise.
We can return to that on the final days. We still have some. We found some footage from the program we did in 2014, Nigel, with a great interview with Linny Meister, the
right. The
photo model and real life actor or reality show actress.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we'll show them on one of the final days.
Okay.
We're going to move because we were here at the Clarion Energy.
Oh yes, that's right.
Hotel. The last 3 rounds will be played at the Concert House in Stavanger.
Yeah.
Which should be fun. It's a beautiful concert house, Concerthus, I think. Anish Giri is there. Wesley So is not yet there.
Looking handsome. Yeah.
He's coming over. Shall we wait for Wesley as well? Is he coming?
I guess we'll find him.
Yeah. Just give us 15 seconds to set up, and then
we'll have the closing commentary of the day.
Yeah, with Anish Giri and Wesley So.
Yeah.
Be back very soon.
Okay, welcome back. We have with us Anish Giri and Wesley So. Their game ended in a draw, and Anish, it looked like you were pressing quite hard in the game.
Yeah, I think I should be.
He was winning. Yeah.
Winning. Maybe. Yeah. The thing is probably what Wesley missed was that Queen f4 runs into Queen d4 and Queen takes a6.
I missed. Yeah, but my position was desperate already. If I have to make moves, bishop
maybe you missed. Crucial mistake was.
Also, I missed your rook d7, 17 move.
Yeah, no, that's something you shouldn't allow, of course.
Yeah, because.
But it's not so easy, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because I was gonna play rook 8 d8.
I take the pawn, maybe or not.
You can take.
I don't know. How else to play?
If take rook c8.
Yeah, and then just.
Because I thought I was equalizing, but I totally underestimated my position.
Yeah, I mean I can.
I just go.
Bishop back.
Rook c8, yeah, rook 8.
Yeah, it's not very much.
But
it's still maybe a bit better. I don't know.
Take an 8-3.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
But actually, I was scared that you would play c4. That's what I missed here. My bishop is badly placed.
And if you go here?
Rook ac1, and then rook d1, queen d1.
Yeah, slightly better for white.
Yeah, and then I'm probably have to play h5 at some point.
Yeah, but here it looks nice for white. Yeah, I was expecting maybe a move like h5 or a4.
Yeah, maybe I should play h5. But then thought you might play bishop e4.
Yeah, I have many ideas. I'm already much better here.
Yeah, I took the pawn desperation.
So, is it best to play Queen d4?
Also, Queen d6?
Or Queen e3 immediately?
No, Queen e3, I think he has...
Bishop d5?
Bishop d5, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
He has this.
Because my bishop is protected.
This is h6 and the queen comes to f5.
Yeah, now he has some chances to hold.
Yeah.
This was, I think, good, but...
because gh is bad, yeah? Queen f4.
Yeah, gh is maybe what he should do. I would play Queen f4.
And then you have e4.
Yeah, you cannot take... Yeah, it's a very unpleasant position. And the bishop is also hanging, so you cannot move the queen yet. Yeah, this position should be completely winning, of course, for white. But
yeah,
I thought the endgame is absolutely winning as well, but maybe it was not so easy.
Maybe. I thought the endgame is much harder now.
Yeah, maybe I, like Wesley said, queen a5, yeah?
Yeah, that's queen a5.
How does that
you just have to drop my bishop. Okay.
Yeah, the idea to pin, and I don't think I'm winning the bishop, but I'm sort of
so
having him
you're threatening queen a4, and then you have a better structure.
So rook c8. Let me just try something. Not very, with no enthusiasm, by the way. This
is but
queen c5.
Your queen f7.
Queen c.
Rook c5.
Queen c5.
c5, yeah. Here.
Just so queen e6 or
e6. And then
black sort of is okay, no? Suddenly queen e8, maybe next.
g5.
Sort of okay, no?
And bishop d7 also. Bishop
could be
d4.
worse, yeah. Yeah, this could be worse. No, okay, this endgame looks. Maybe I should not go for the endgame, but I did not see how. I was considering also stuff like this to try to trap the bishop like that, but.
But you can take my e5. You don't want to take e5.
Of course I can, but I didn't want to. For
you don't want to take.
If I take, maybe I go here.
Yeah, then take e5. Well.
Yeah.
But this must be good chances anyway.
Well, I mean, we don't speak about good chances. We're speaking about winning position probably.
Yeah.
But here
this looks also very good. But
I didn't see how.
Can I ask here, because it was my first idea in the position was to play g5.
Yeah, I was expecting bishop c6. I was wondering about this endgame. I think it's maybe it's holding. I don't know.
c4.
c4, yeah.
F8.
Actually, maybe f6.
I'm not sure. Do you want f6?
Because the king a8, I think it's losing. Then bishop e2.
Bishop e7, let's say.
King f3. If you can get bishop to d5.
Yeah. This I actually saw. No, you should go here. No, this is what I thought. Bishop b7 here. This is what you do.
Pin.
That's what you do. Now I have to lose a lot of time.
You cannot. Maybe you can.
Yeah, this I thought somehow was maybe drawish, but I'm not sure.
Maybe you can give up the pawn even. Bishop e2, bishop e4, bishop f3. Just give up this pawn. Play bishop d5.
Yeah, good chances. Yeah, I was not. To be honest, it felt to me like this is very drawish. I wanted to avoid this kind of things.
Yeah, it's not very clear.
Yeah. No, and then I missed this. I forgot about bishops. I saw the idea, but I forgot. Maybe I should start with c4 or g5. I don't know. Yeah, it was difficult to choose a move because here I don't think I can really take because he goes here.
Yeah.
He wins this pawn back.
King e7.
And I thought with bishops on it, there's nothing to do.
But then d3.
Bishop b5.
Bishop b5.
Yeah, and then draw. Well, maybe draw.
I'm still much better here, but. The thing is, I was for some reason hoping that the rook game is injured, but the rook game is total draw, so I don't know what I was thinking about.
This also looks rather drawish. It looks like
I think it's a fortress. Rook c8, bishop e6.
The worst is over for you, Wesley.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was losing my bishop.
Yeah, now here you are definitely
probably
lost.
Here should be white to play and win somewhere.
Yeah, but I couldn't find how to trap this guy.
Maybe let's say queen.
I mean, to be honest, this line doesn't impress me either. This line doesn't impress me so much either.
Yeah, maybe
something felt, but I didn't have time to figure it out. Well, I thought this is just technically one because I thought not only I'm having a pawn here, I'm also, this is also a trump.
Yeah.
But it got not so easy suddenly. I mean, here the problem is that I was thinking I can always play c5, but then I realized it goes g5.
Yeah.
And
rook c6.
And rook c6 is coming, and my king is totally out of
bishop e2? Or bishop d1 or bishop e2?
Still, of course, fantastic chances.
King e7, bishop c4.
Bishop e6 maybe?
Yeah, maybe bishop e6.
f6, yes.
Prevent bishop c4.
Yeah, this also can happen in the game, yeah? It can also happen in the game. This position I didn't know how to win because my king is very far. I maybe have to walk around, but...
Because otherwise you want to play king h4, yeah?
Yeah.
And then g5. c5,
yeah, okay, my mistake was that I somehow assumed I have huge chances in this endgame, but it's completely drawn. I don't know what I was thinking.
Well, actually, yeah, I still need to play a bit precisely, but it's a draw.
Yeah, no, I thought it's on the verge of winning, but of course it's not. Yeah, no, it was difficult to. This endgame should be winning, but it's, I don't know, there are too many different ideas here for white.
G5.
There's G5, there's C4. Yeah, I couldn't. Maybe
yeah, maybe G5, Bishop C6, and Rook
Do you have to
B4.
go Bishop C6, yeah? Yeah, this actually makes it very likely winning, because this is forced. This position.
Okay, so if
I go Bishop E2, by the way?
Bishop E6, Bishop B5.
Yeah,
maybe.
This is. Okay, yeah.
King.
Yeah, you don't even have F6.
Maybe
king,
Bishop.
So King F8, yeah.
King F8, Bishop C4.
But this is such a disaster. Bishop to D5.
Okay, so look, just humour me.
King E7.
King E7. And we also have that issue with Bishop G8.
F6.
It's F6 we have to
Bishop
play.
G8, no?
F6.
Your bishop cannot.
Yeah, my bishop will be trapped.
Yeah.
But here, King G3, yeah, the King H4.
Yeah, but now then the question is how to proceed. Bishop D5 and push the C pawn, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then
definitely.
Then just.
And then, well, okay, I still have to win that, but.
Yeah, because your king will take a long time to be activated.
Looks like a much better.
Yeah,
much better
if he gets all
chance
this.
But I felt that I have more than this. I should not allow such potential fortresses. But yeah, I didn't have maybe much more than that. So.
Yeah, that's a good dark bishop.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in hindsight, I should have also kept the bishops, but I don't think that much can be done in such a position.
Because here I think I have a fortress, like King F4, Rook C3.
I also think Black should have a fortress, yeah.
Yeah, Rook C8 and Bishop E6.
Yeah, because like very hard for me to get to this pawn. Yeah.
Maybe not so.
Yeah, but okay, it was it was close, but yeah. Here this would have been nice, yeah.
Grab the bishop, yeah.
But yeah, here, yeah, it was winning, but okay, somehow it can happen that such things slip away.
Yep.
Against a good opponent like Wesley.
Okay, so gents, you both stay on. Is that 50%? Is that right, both of you?
Yeah.
So hoping for a strong finish. Anyway, thank you for your thoughts, and that concludes our commentary for. Oh, we're going to have. What? Oh, right. The last photo of the day. Norway chess. My Hindi is a bit not so great, but my 1-year-old daughter watching chess and she likes Nigel Short chess. Well, that's guaranteed to get you on the show if you say Nigel Short is the best.
She didn't say exactly the best.
I'm not sure about my child that he would like you at this young age. But,
right. Okay. That concludes our coverage for today. And don't forget that tomorrow is a free day, and we'll be back in 2 days' time when we'll be changing venue. But we shall bring you the broadcast then. Thank you very much, and see you on Wednesday.